Hey guys, tonight we revisit a place you've probably visited in a literature class, but tonight we're visiting it differently. What if the greatest adventure isn't about conquering a place but understanding ourselves? Tonight we revisit Lord of the Flies not with alarm but with compassion, tracing how light and shadow coexist in every human heart. Let the story carry you softly toward peace. You're stepping into a world where civilization is just a thin coat of paint over something much older, much deeper, and honestly, not nearly as terrifying if you let yourself just watch it unfold. This is a fascinating pivot. While Lord of the Flies is a novel, it is often taught as a historical hypothetical, an exploration of what actually happens to the human soul when the rigid structures of everyday life are stripped away. You probably won't survive this week without losing a few good habits, maybe your sense of schedule, and definitely your favorite pair of shoes. But that's exactly the point. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your current location and the local time in the comments. I love tracing where these quiet journeys meet us. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You wake to the smell of ozone and crushed vegetation. The world tilts, groans, and finally settles. You push yourself upward from damp, uneven ground, your palms sinking into fine white sand that's already warm beneath your weight. The wreckage isn't dramatic in the cinematic sense. There's no roaring fire, no screaming sirens, just scattered metal ribs, torn canvas, and a long, jagged trench carved straight through the foliage. A scar the island seems to have swallowed with quiet indifference. You brush a leaf from your shoulder and breathe in. The air is thick, heavy, almost edible. It carries the sweet rot of blooming orchids and the sharp tang of spilled fuel, mixing into a kind of toxic heat that presses against your skin like a damp wool blanket. You take your first real step forward, and the ground yields slightly, remembering the impact long before you arrived. Around you, the jungle doesn't move, but it listens. Every frond seems angled toward you. Every vine hangs just still enough to feel intentional. It's that peculiar silence of a place that knows exactly what you are, an interruption. You walk carefully, boots catching on exposed roots, the canopy above filtering the sunlight into long, honeyed shafts that drift slowly across the forest floor. If you've ever tried to read a map on a humid afternoon while your shirt clings to your back, you already understand this particular flavor of disorientation. The kind where your brain keeps asking for street signs while your body instinctively looks for water and shade. You don't panic. You just adjust your breathing, letting the rhythm of your own footsteps become the only anchor in a landscape that refuses to offer one. The heat builds slowly, not with the sudden flare of a stove, but with the steady accumulation of sunlight trapped between wet soil and dense green walls. It's a biological furnace, really, cycling moisture and decay and growth all at once. Historians still argue whether environments like this amplify human anxiety or simply reflect the internal noise we've been carrying all along. In this case, the island isn't making you nervous, it's just holding space for the nerves you already have. You notice how your eyes automatically scan the tree line, how your shoulders tense slightly when a branch snaps somewhere out of frame. It's not fear exactly, it's calibration. Your nervous system is recalibrating its baseline, switching from the predictable hum of traffic signals and office lighting to the slow, deliberate pulse of a place that operates on seasons and tides. You crouch near the edge of the impact scar, running a hand along a piece of twisted fuselage still warm from the sun. The metal is blistered, painted in faded airline colors that already look foreign against the green. Somewhere behind you, a distant bird calls, a single clear note that echoes twice before dissolving into the canopy. You listen to it fade. There's a strange comfort in how uncomplicated that sound is. No urgency, no hidden meaning. Just a creature marking its territory in the only language the forest understands. You stand, stretch your back, and feel a quiet realization settle in your ribs. You're alone, but you're not abandoned. The island isn't waiting for you to fix anything. It's just waiting for you to notice it. You take another step, then another. The sand softens near a shallow depression, and you catch the faint shimmer of trapped moisture in the roots of a banyan tree. The humidity wraps around your arms like a second skin, heavy and sweet. It's easy to mistake this kind of atmosphere for hostility when you first step into it, but the truth is far quieter. It's simply indifferent, and indifference, you'll quickly learn, is much easier to navigate than malice. You wipe sweat from your brow, feeling the familiar grit of sand on your fingertips, and let yourself smile at the absurdity of it all. You survived the crash, you survived the heat, and you've still managed to keep your sense of humour intact. That's 3 wins for lunch, which, in survival terms, is basically a masterclass. The jungle watches you. You watch it back. Neither of you blinks. And in that quiet exchange, you understand something you didn't know you were missing. The weight of expectation has already begun to lift. You aren't late for anything. You don't need to answer to anyone. The only schedule that matters now is the slow turning of the earth, the gradual cooling of the metal behind you, the gentle pull of moisture rising from the soil to meet the afternoon sky. You settle your shoulders, adjust your pace to something slower, deeper, and let the heat wash over you like a tide you no longer need to fight. The island isn't asking you to conquer it. It's just asking you to be here. And for the first time in a very long while, that's more than enough. You follow the slope of the sand downward, your boots leaving shallow prints that the breeze already threatens to smooth over. The trees thin out, and the air shifts from damp green heat to something lighter, carrying the mineral tang of salt and wet stone. Ahead of you, the lagoon opens up like a secret kept by the coastline. It's not just water. It's a mirror held up to the sky, shallow enough to see the ripple patterns in the sand, deep enough to hide the slow drift of parrotfish. You stop at the water's edge, let the tide kiss your toes, and feel something you didn't even know you were holding finally let go. It's the weight of being managed. You've spent your whole life operating inside invisible lines, curfews, timetables, permission slips, the gentle but firm hand of adult supervision that told you where to stand and when to speak. Now, those lines dissolve into the surf. There's no one to ask for directions, no one to remind you to straighten your collar, no bell to signal when it's time to switch tasks. The sudden absence of it feels less like abandonment and more like a long exhale. You sink down onto the warm shoreline, watching the water pulse in and out, and realize how loud the silence has become. It's not empty, it's spacious. You stretch your legs out, letting the sun dry the damp hem of your trousers. If you've ever experienced a 3-day weekend that accidentally turned into 4 because someone forgot to check the calendar, you already know the peculiar magic of unscheduled time. Your brain keeps reaching for a rhythm that isn't there, tapping an imaginary metronome before slowly giving up the ghost. It's a funny thing, really. Spend decades training ourselves to live inside someone else's clock, only to discover that the human nervous system was designed for something much older. By the mid-20th century, child psychologists had already begun documenting how adolescents in post-war evacuation programs consistently reverted to free exploration within 72 hours of losing adult supervision. A quiet proof that structure, while useful, isn't the only thing holding us upright. Historians still argue whether the sudden removal of structured authority naturally breeds chaos or simply reveals the quiet resilience we've been practicing in secret. But out here, with the gulls circling lazily overhead and the water lapping at your ankles, chaos feels like an overstatement. It's just breathing, just noticing, just letting the afternoon do whatever it wants to do while you sit back and watch it unfold. You roll onto your side, propping your head up on one elbow. A hermit crab shuffles past your boot, dragging its mismatched shell across the damp sand like a tiny reluctant knight on a very low budget. You watch it navigate a pebble, pause, adjust its course, and keep moving. It's a masterclass in unbothered travel. Somewhere in the distance, a coconut drops into the shallows with a soft, resonant plunk. You don't flinch. You just smile. If survival were a corporate retreat, someone would have already printed laminated lanyards and scheduled a trust exercise involving blindfolds and a rope. But nobody's printing lanyards. Nobody's scheduling anything. The only agenda is the tide, and it's running exactly on time without asking for your approval. There's a forgotten footnote in early 20th century wilderness medicine suggesting that the human brain naturally syncs to lunar tidal cycles once artificial light is removed, which is probably why your internal clock feels less broken and more recalibrated out here. So you do exactly what the old manuals quietly recommend. You lie there, you breathe, you let the lagoon work on you instead of trying to work the lagoon. It's easy to romanticize this moment, to paint it as some grand philosophical breakthrough, but the truth is far simpler. You're just tired. Not the kind of tired that a nap fixes, but the kind that comes from carrying 1,000 tiny expectations without realizing how heavy they've become. You close your eyes. The sun warms your eyelids. The breeze moves across your face, carrying the faint scent of salt and crushed seaweed. For the first time, you notice how the sound of the waves isn't a single noise at all. It's a conversation. The rush, the pause, the soft collapse, the slow retreat. It's a rhythm that doesn't care if you're paying attention, which somehow makes it easier to listen. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much of our lives trying to be useful, only to find that the world continues beautifully without our help. You let out a quiet breath, feeling the tension in your neck finally unspool like an old spool of thread dropped in the grass. You shift slightly, feeling the sand adjust beneath your hip. A light joke floats through your mind, mostly about how if survival had a group chat, this would absolutely be the screen where everyone reads the message but nobody replies. But nobody's replying. The water doesn't need your confirmation. The sky doesn't need your feedback. The island just exists, offering you the rare luxury of unclaimed time. You watch a school of small silver fish dart through the shallows, turning in perfect unison as the current shifts. They don't vote. They don't debate. They just move together because the water tells them to. And in that simple choreography, there's a kind of peace that doesn't need a manual. You realize you haven't checked a watch in hours, not because you forgot, but because you don't need to. Time isn't ticking down here. It's stretching out. It's breathing. It's letting you keep pace without the guilt of falling behind. The afternoon softens, turning the light from bright gold to something slower, something amber and heavy like honey. You notice how the shadows stretch long and lazy across the shore, how the water's surface catches the fading sun in fractured, glittering pieces. It's a quiet reminder that even when you're doing nothing, the world is still performing. You don't need to direct it. You don't need to fix it. You just get to witness it. And there's a profound relief in that realization. You've spent so long trying to hold things together that you forgot how it feels to simply be held. The sand cradles your weight. The sun warms your back. The water keeps its steady rhythm. You let your eyes drift closed again, listening to the gulls argue over a piece of driftwood, smiling at their petty bureaucracy. Even nature has meetings, apparently, just without the PowerPoint slides and the mandatory attendance policy. You stay there until the heat begins to cool, until the air loses its sharp edge and the shoreline settles into evening. The lagoon doesn't ask you to stay. It doesn't ask you to leave. It just exists, steady and unhurried. And in that space, you feel something shift inside your chest. Not a revelation exactly, more like a loosening, the kind that happens when you stop trying to steer and finally let yourself float. You sit up slowly, brushing sand from your arms, and take a deep, unhurried breath. The air smells different now, cleaner, lighter, like the island has decided to let you in, just a little. You stand, stretch your back and turn toward the trees, leaving the shoreline behind without looking back. The water keeps moving, the sky keeps fading, and you walk back into the green, carrying nothing but the quiet certainty that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. You walk back along the shoreline, the sand still warm beneath your feet, the lagoon's gentle rhythm fading into the background like a song you don't want to end but can't quite hum. The trees ahead seem to lean inward, as if sharing a secret, and you follow the curve of the coast until the water narrows into a shallow pool framed by coral and smooth, sun-bleached stone. That's when you see it. A flash of cream against the turquoise, half buried in the sand where the tide has just retreated. You crouch, brush away a handful of damp grains, and lift it into the light. It's heavier than you expect. The conch rests in your palm like a polished moon, its surface spiraled in soft ridges that catch the afternoon sun in gentle, pearly highlights. You run a thumb along its edge, feeling the cool, smooth curve, the faint grit of saltet still clinging to its crevices. It's beautiful in a quiet, unassuming way, the kind of object that doesn't demand attention, but earns it through presence alone. You bring it closer, and for a moment you swear you can hear the ocean still humming inside its chambers. a distant, hollow echo of the waves that carried it here. If you've ever found a seashell on a beach and held it to your ear just to feel silly for a second, you already know the magic of this gesture. It's not that the shell is whispering secrets. It's that you're giving yourself permission to listen. You stand, turning the conch over in your hands, and notice how the light plays across its surface. It's not just a pretty object. It's a tool, a signal, a promise. You don't know how you know this. You just do. Maybe it's the way it fits in your grip, solid and substantial. Maybe it's the way its curve seems to invite sound, to gather it and shape it into something that can travel. You lift it to your lips on instinct, not to blow, not yet, but just to feel its weight against your mouth. It's cool, smooth, faintly salty. You lower it again, smiling at the absurdity of the moment. If civilization had a starter kit, this would absolutely be the first item on the list. One conch shell, gently used, includes unlimited potential for group meetings and mild existential dread. You carry it back toward the open beach, the shell cradled in both hands like something fragile and important. The sand softens beneath your steps, and the air grows still, as if the island itself is holding its breath. You find a flat stretch of shore where the tide has left a smooth, damp canvas, and you set the conch down carefully, as though placing a cornerstone. You don't announce anything. You don't need to. The act of setting it down is its own kind of invitation. You step back, watching the way the light catches its spiral, and wait. It doesn't take long. Figures begin to emerge from the tree line, drawn by curiosity or instinct, or the simple human pull toward gathering. They move slowly, cautiously, their eyes fixed on the shell before they even meet your gaze. You notice the way they approach, not as a crowd, but as individuals, each carrying their own quiet uncertainty. A boy with messy hair and a torn shirt pauses a few feet away, his eyes wide but not afraid. Another smaller clutches a piece of driftwood like a talisman. They don't speak at first. They just look at the conch, then at you, then at each other, as if trying to decipher a code written in light and sand. You pick up the shell again, feeling its weight settle into your palm, and lift it slightly. The gesture is simple, almost unconscious, but it changes the air. Shoulders relax. Eyes soften. The silence shifts from wary to expectant. You clear your throat, not because you have something profound to say, but because the moment asks for a sound, and the conch seems to hum in agreement. You speak, and your voice sounds different here. Softer, slower, as if the island is filtering it through layers of humidity and green. You don't give a speech. You don't lay down rules. You just say what's true, that you're all here, that the shell is beautiful, that maybe it could be a way to take turns speaking, so everyone gets heard. It's a small idea, barely more than a whisper, but it lands like a stone dropped in still water. Ripples spread, heads nod. Someone murmurs agreement. The conch passes from your hands to the boy with the messy hair, who holds it like it might crack, then to the smaller one, who cradles it against his chest as though it's a living thing. Each time it changes hands, something subtle shifts, not power exactly, not yet, just recognition. The quiet understanding that in a world without parents, without teachers, without bells or schedules, you can still choose to listen. Historians still argue whether the invention of symbolic objects like the conch was a turning point in early human cooperation, or simply a reflection of a deeper pre-existing impulse to create order from chaos. But out here, on this sun-drenched shore, the debate feels distant, almost academic. What matters isn't the theory, it's the practice. The way the shell moves from hand to hand, the way voices rise and fall in turn, the way the group slowly, tentatively begins to breathe as one. It's a fragile democracy, yes, but it's yours. And in a world that has just been turned upside down, fragility isn't a weakness, it's a beginning. You watch the conch circulate, feeling a quiet pride that has nothing to do with leadership and everything to do with participation. You didn't build this. You just offered a tool, and sometimes that's enough. There's a quirky footnote in maritime folklore suggesting that conch shells were once believed to carry the voices of drowned sailors, which is probably why they feel so resonant when you hold them to your ear. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that even in loss, there's a kind of continuity, that the ocean doesn't just take, it also preserves. You glance at the shell again, now resting in the hands of a girl with sun-bleached braids, and wonder if it's holding more than just sound. Maybe it's holding hope. Maybe it's holding the quiet agreement that for now, everyone gets a turn. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If group projects had a mascot, this would absolutely be it. One slightly salty seashell, emotionally supportive, prone to causing mild philosophical debates about fairness. The afternoon light begins to soften, turning the sand gold and the water copper. You sit back on your heels, watching the group interact, the conch moving like a quiet heartbeat through the circle. Voices rise and fall, ideas are offered, questions are asked. It's not perfect, someone interrupts, someone else fidgets, but the shell keeps moving, the turn-taking holds, and in that simple rhythm, you feel something settle in your chest. Not triumph, not control, just the quiet satisfaction of a system that works, however briefly, because everyone agrees to try. You think about how strange it is that something as small as a shell can hold so much meaning. But then you remember how a single streetlight can make a dark road feel safer, or how a shared umbrella can turn a rainy walk into a moment of connection. Symbols aren't magic, they're agreements, and agreements, however fragile, are how we build worlds. You lean back, letting the sand support your weight, and watch the conch complete another circuit. The sky is deepening now, streaked with lavender and rose. The air cools slightly, carrying the scent of salt and distant rain. You close your eyes for a moment, listening to the murmur of voices, the lap of waves, the soft rustle of palm fronds overhead. It's a symphony of ordinary sounds, woven together by the simple act of paying attention. You don't need to direct it, you don't need to fix it, you just get to be part of it, and there's a profound peace in that realization. You've spent so long trying to hold things together that you forgot how it feels to simply be held. The sand cradles your weight, the sun warms your back. The conch keeps its steady rhythm. You let your eyes drift closed again, smiling at the quieter user manual. This chapter would definitely be titled, Step 1, Find a Nice Shell. Step 2, Take Turns. Step 3, Don't Panic much. You stay there until the stars begin to prick through the twilight, until the conch's spiral catches the moonlight in soft silver highlights. The group doesn't disperse so much as soften, voices lowering, movements slowing. As the day gently folds into night, you stand slowly, brushing sand from your clothes, and pick up the conch one last time. It feels different now, exactly, just more present. You hold it for a moment, feeling its cool curve against your palm, then place it carefully in the center of the circle, where everyone can see it, where everyone can reach it. It doesn't belong to you, it belongs to the agreement, and agreements, you'll learn, are the quiet architecture of peace. You step back, take a deep, unhurried breath, and let the night settle around you like a soft, familiar blanket. The conch rests in the sand, a pale spiral against the dark, waiting for the next voice, the next turn, the next quiet act of listening. And you simply stand there, watching, breathing, being, exactly where you're supposed to be. You're still standing by the conch, the last echoes of shared voices settling into the warm sand, when a new sound cuts through the evening hush. Not the rustle of leaves or the lap of waves. This is rhythmic, intentional, a steady synchronized crunch of footsteps on dry undergrowth, moving with a precision that feels almost foreign against the island's lazy pulse. You turn toward the tree line, squinting against the fading light, and see them emerge like a shift in the weather. They move as one, a column of boys in black cloaks, their collars stiff against the humidity, their caps pulled low over focused eyes. They don't wander, they don't pause to examine an interesting shell or chase a skittering crab. They march. Each step lands with the same quiet firmness, a metronome made flesh against the green. The heat wraps around them like a visible thing, shimmering off their dark fabric, but they don't seem to notice. Or if they do, they've decided that discomfort is simply part of the uniform. You watch them approach, feeling the air change. It's not just the sound of their footsteps. It's the weight of their attention. Every eye in the group is fixed straight ahead, on the figure at the front. He's taller than the others, not by much, but by enough. His cloak is fastened with a silver clip that catches the last of the sun, and his posture is so straight it seems to defy the very concept of slouching. Jack Merridew doesn't walk toward you. He arrives. His gaze sweeps the beach, the lagoon, the scattered group, and finally lands on the conch resting in the sand. His expression doesn't change, but something in the set of his shoulders shifts, just slightly. Recognition, assessment. You feel a flicker of something, not quite tension, but a new kind of awareness. If group dynamics had a soundtrack, this would absolutely be the moment the bass line drops. Not loud, just present. The choir boys halt in perfect unison a few feet from the circle. The silence that follows isn't empty, it's charged. You notice the details now. The way their cloaks are slightly frayed at the hem from the trek through the brush, the faint sheen of sweat on their temples despite their stillness, the way their hands rest at their sides, not fidgeting, not clenching, just waiting. It's a discipline that feels both impressive and slightly unnerving, like watching a clockwork toy that might wind down at any moment. Jack steps forward, his boots making a softer sound on the sand than you'd expect. He doesn't look at you first, he looks at the conch. Then he looks at the boy who last held it. Then finally his eyes meet yours. Who's in charge here? His voice is clear, clipped, carrying the crisp edges of a classroom or a parade ground. It doesn't echo, it settles. You glance at the conch, then back at him. The question isn't rude, exactly. It's just direct, unadorned. In a world that has just been stripped of titles and hierarchies, it's a reminder that some habits travel faster than luggage. You take a breath, feeling the warm, salt-thick air fill your lungs. You don't reach for the shell. You just answer, keeping your tone level, matching his clarity without mimicking his edge. We're all just figuring it out, you say. The conch helps. Jack's eyebrows lift, just a fraction. Not skepticism, not mockery. Curiosity, maybe, or the faintest hint of recalibration. He nods once, a short, efficient motion, and turns to his choir. Form up, he says, and they shift instantly. A single fluid motion that ends with them standing in a neat semicircle, facing the larger group. It's not a challenge, it's just a statement, a way of being. You watch them, feeling the contrast settle over the beach like two different kinds of light. On one side, the loose, tentative circle that formed around the conch, open, fluid, still finding its shape. On the other, this tight, disciplined arc, defined, precise, already knowing its lines. Historians still argue whether structured youth organizations in the mid-20th century were designed to build character, or simply to channel adolescent energy into manageable forms. But out here, in the humid twilight, the debate feels less like theory and more like observation. You're watching two models of order meet for the first time. Neither is wrong. They're just different. There's a quirky footnote in the history of British choir traditions suggesting that the strict uniformity of vestments was originally meant to humble the individual voice into the collective sound, which is probably why these boys move like a single organism. It's a lovely idea, really. The notion that clothing can shape behavior, that fabric can teach harmony. You glance at Jack's silver cloak clip again, wondering if it feels heavy in this heat, or if he's forgotten it's even there. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If survival had a fashion show, this would absolutely be the avant-garde collection. Post-apocalyptic prep, now with 100% more marching. Jack steps forward again, this time addressing the whole group. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't need to. His words carry on the still air, each one placed with intention. He talks about the need for shelters, for water, for signals. His points are practical, logical, delivered with the quiet confidence of someone who has spent a lifetime being told he's in charge. You listen, feeling the weight of his competence. It's not flashy, it's not charismatic in the traditional sense. It's the steady, reliable kind that makes lists and assigns tasks and gets things done. And in a situation like this, that's a kind of magic all its own. You notice how the other boys lean in slightly, not out of fear, but out of relief. Here is someone who knows what to do. Here is a plan. But you also notice something else. The way his eyes keep flicking back to the conch. The way his suggestions, while sensible, always come with an unspoken assumption that the person with the clearest voice, the firmest stance, should naturally lead. It's not arrogance, it's habit. The habit of a world where authority is worn on the sleeve, literally in the form of badges and cloaks and titles. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time learning how to follow rules, only to find ourselves in a place where the rules have to be invented from scratch. You glance at the conch again, resting in the sand, its spiral catching the first stars. It doesn't offer answers, it just offers a turn, and sometimes that's a harder thing to trust than a command. The evening deepens around you, the air cooling slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers and damp earth. Jack finishes his points, his voice softening just enough to acknowledge the hour. He doesn't ask for agreement. He doesn't demand allegiance. He just states what needs doing and leaves the space for response. It's a subtle thing, but you catch it. The difference between telling and inviting. You watch the group absorb his words, see the nods, the murmured assent, the quiet shift toward practical action. Shelters will be built, water will be gathered, signals will be planned. And through it all, the conch remains in the center, a silent, spiraled witness to the delicate balance being struck between order and openness, between command and consensus. You take a slow breath, feeling the day's heat finally begin to release its grip on your shoulders. The jungle hums its evening song around you, a complex tapestry of chirps, rustles, and distant calls. You watch Jack's choir boys begin to move again, this time with purpose, heading toward the tree line to gather materials, their black cloaks fading into the green-like shadows learning to walk. You glance at the conch one last time, its cream surface now one last time, and feel a quiet certainty settle in your chest. This isn't a contest. It's a conversation, and conversations, however complicated, are how we find our way forward. You step back, letting the group's gentle bustle fill the space, and let the night wrap around you like a soft, familiar promise. The island breathes, the stars multiply, and you simply stand there, listening, learning, being. Exactly where you're supposed to be. The air has cooled now, carrying the soft mineral scent of night tide and the faint sweetness of crushed mint underfoot. The group has gathered again, not in a tight circle this time, but in a loose, comfortable arc facing the lagoon, where the moon paints a shimmering path across the water. The conch rests in the sand at the center, its spiral catching the starlight in gentle silver highlights. You settle onto the warm shore, feeling the day's heat still radiating up through the sand, a quiet reminder that even in darkness, the island holds onto its warmth. You glance around, noticing how the faces are softer now, less guarded, the earlier tension melted away by the simple act of sharing tasks stories. It's a good feeling, a hopeful one. And then someone speaks the question that's been hovering in the air all evening. Who should be chief? The words aren't loud. They don't need to be. They land in the quiet like a stone dropped in still water, and the ripples spread instantly. Eyes meet, shoulders shift. The question isn't controversial exactly, it's just necessary. In a world without adults, without titles, without the familiar scaffolding of school and home, someone has to hold the thread, not to command, not to control, just to keep the conversation going. You feel the weight of the moment, not as pressure, but as possibility. This is it, the first real choice, the first act of building something together. You watch as the group turns, almost instinctively, toward two figures. Ralph with his quiet steadiness and the conch in his hands, and Jack with his crisp posture and the unwavering focus of his choir. It's not a rivalry, not yet. It's just a recognition of two different kinds of strength. Someone suggests a vote, not a shout, not a show of hands that might feel too much like school. Just a simple, quiet count. The conch will pass. Each person will speak their choice. The shell will hold the decision. It's a beautiful idea, really. The tool that started the conversation now gets to help close it. You watch as the conch moves from hand to hand, each voice clear and calm in the night air. Ralph, Jack, Ralph. The names alternate, not in competition, but in consideration. You notice how no one argues, no one tries to persuade. They just state their choice and pass the shell. It's democracy in its purest, simplest form. One person, one voice, one turn. Historians still argue whether early human societies selected leaders through consensus or competition. But out here, on this moonlit shore, the answer feels less like a debate and more like a practice. You're doing it, right now, and it works. There's a mainstream historical footnote worth remembering here. The ancient Athenians, often credited with birthing democratic practice, actually used a complex system of sortition, random selection, for many public offices, believing that chance was a fairer way to distribute power than popularity. It's a quiet reminder that democracy has never been a single fixed idea. It's a conversation that evolves, adapting to the needs of the people it serves. You watch the conch complete its circuit, feeling the weight of that legacy in your hands. This isn't Athens, it's not Westminster, it's a beach. And yet the principle is the same. Everyone gets a say, everyone gets heard. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If voting had a mascot, this would absolutely be it. One slightly salty seashell, emotionally supported, prone to causing mild philosophical debates about fairness and whether pineapples belong on pizza. They don't, but respect to those who try. The count is close, not dramatically so, but enough to feel meaningful. Ralph wins, not by a landslide, not by acclamation, just by a few quiet voices tipping the scale. He doesn't cheer, he doesn't gesture, he just nods, a small sincere motion that says, "I hear you, I'll try." And in that simple acknowledgement, you feel the fragile architecture of trust settle into place. It's not a crown, it's not a title, it's just an agreement, a willingness to follow for now because someone has offered to hold the thread. You watch as the group relaxes, the decision made, the path forward slightly clearer. Jack steps forward, his expression unreadable in the moonlight, and offers a short, crisp nod, not submission, not concession, just recognition. The choice has been made. The work continues. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about maritime voting traditions. Some old sailing crews used to settle disputes by having each member whisper their choice into a conch shell, believing the ocean spirit would carry the fairest outcome. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that even in disagreement, there's a kind of harmony waiting to be found. You glance at the conch again, now resting in Ralph's hands, and wonder if it feels different to him. Heavier? Lighter? Or just the same cool, smooth spiral it's always been? You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time worrying about who's in charge, only to find that the real magic isn't in the leader, but in the agreement to follow. You let out a quiet breath, feeling the tension of the moment dissolve into the gentle rhythm of the waves. The lagoon doesn't care who's chief. The stars don't keep score. The island just exists, offering you the rare luxury of a choice made together. The night deepens around you, the air growing cooler, carrying the scent of salt and distant rain. You lean back on your elbows, watching the moon's path shimmer on the water, feeling the sand support your weight like a soft, familiar promise. The group begins to disperse, not in a rush, but in a gentle unfolding pairs and small clusters, heading toward the tree line to find spots for the night. Voices lower, movement slow. The day's energy settles into the quiet hum of rest. You stay where you are for a moment longer, listening to the waves, feeling the conch's quiet presence in the center of the circle. It doesn't need to be held anymore. Not tonight. The decision has been made. The agreement has been struck. And sometimes that's enough. You think about how strange it is that something as small as a vote can hold so much meaning. But then, you remember how a single shared umbrella can turn a rainy walk into a moment of connection. Or how a quiet "I've got your back" can make a difficult task feel manageable. Symbols aren't magic, they're agreements. And agreements, however fragile, are how we build worlds. You stand slowly, brushing sand from your clothes, and take a final look at the lagoon. The moon's path is still there, shimmering, steady, a reminder that even in darkness, there's light. You turn toward the trees, following the soft murmur of voices and the rustle of leaves as the group finds their spots for the night. The jungle welcomes you back with its familiar hum, its gentle breath of damp earth and blooming flowers. You find a soft patch of sand near the base of a palm, the fronds overhead whispering secrets to the stars. You settle down, feeling the day's warmth still radiating from the ground, a quiet comfort against your back. You close your eyes for a moment, listening to the waves, the rustle of leaves, the soft, even breathing of the group around you. It's a symphony of ordinary sounds, woven together by the simple act of being together. You don't need to direct it. You don't need to fix it. You just get to be part of it. And there's a profound peace in that realization. You've spent so long trying to hold things together that you forgot how it feels to simply be held. The sand cradles your weight. The stars watch over you. The conch rests in the center, a pale spiral against the dark, waiting for the next voice, the next turn, the next quiet act of listening. And you simply lie there, breathing, being exactly where you're supposed to be. You smile at the quiet joke that if survival had a user manual, this chapter would definitely be titled, Step 1, Find a Nice Shell. Snet. Don't panic much. You let the thought drift away like a leaf on the tide, and let the night wrap around you like a soft, familiar blanket. The island breathes, the waves keep time, and you simply rest, trusting that tomorrow will come, and with it, the next quiet step forward. You wake before the sun, the sky still a deep indigo streaked with the faintest hint of pearl along the horizon. The air is cooler now, carrying the crisp scent of dew on leaves and the distant mineral tang of the lagoon. You stretch, feeling the sand shift beneath your back, and sit up slowly, watching the group stir around you. Ralph is already standing near the conch, his silhouette sharp against the waking sky, his gaze fixed on the mountain that rises like a dark promise in the distance. The plan is simple, almost deceptively so. Climb to the peak, build a fire, send smoke into the sky, and wait for rescue. It's a good plan, a logical plan, and yet, as you stand and brush the sand from your clothes, you can't shake the quiet feeling that the mountain is farther away than it looks. You join the small group gathering near the tree line, the conch resting in Ralph's hands like a pale, spiraled compass. Jack is there too, his choir boys forming a neat cluster behind him, their black cloaks still crisp despite the night's humidity. There's no debate this morning, no vote, just a shared understanding that the fire needs to be lit and that the mountain is the best place to do it. You fall into step behind Ralph, feeling the soft give of the sand beneath your boots, then the firmer resistance of packed earth as the trail begins to rise. The jungle welcomes you back with its familiar hum, but today it feels different, less like a companion, more like a witness. Every rustle of leaves, every distant bird call seems to carry a question. Will this work? Will anyone see? The climb is steady, not steep, but relentless. The path winds through dense undergrowth, vines brushing against your arms like gentle, curious fingers, and the air grows thicker with each step, heavy with the scent of damp soil and blooming orchids. You notice how the light changes as you ascend, filtering through the canopy in long slanting beams that catch the dust motes dancing in the air. It's beautiful, in a quiet, unassuming way, but you don't stop to admire it. The mountain doesn't care about beauty, it cares about effort, and effort you're learning is a currency that spends quickly out here. You wipe sweat from your brow, feeling the familiar grit of salt on your fingertips, and keep moving, one foot in front of the other. That's all there is. There's a mainstream historical fact worth remembering here. During the Second World War, signal fires were actually used by coastal lookouts in the Pacific to alert nearby islands of approaching ships, a simple but effective method that relied on clear lines of sight and dry fuel. It's a quiet reminder that sometimes the oldest solutions are the most reliable. You glance at the bundle of dry branches Ralph is carrying, wondering if they'll catch quickly, if the smoke will rise straight, if anyone will see it through the dense canopy. You don't voice the questions. You just keep walking, letting the rhythm of your footsteps anchor you against the quiet hum of doubt. The trail steepens slightly, and you feel the burn in your calves, the steady pull of gravity against your effort. You pause for a moment, leaning against a broad-barked tree, and look back. The beach is a thin, pale ribbon far below, the lagoon a shimmering patch of turquoise that feels impossibly distant. You take a deep breath, feeling the cool, thin air fill your lungs, and push forward. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about mountaineering folklore. Some old alpine guides believed that mountains tested not just your strength, but your intention, and that a pure heart would always find the easiest path. It's a lovely thought, really, the idea that effort and sincerity might somehow shape the journey. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If survival had a motivational poster, this would absolutely be it. Keep climbing, the view is worth it, probably. You reach the ridge just as the sun crests the horizon, painting the sky in soft washes of gold and rose. The peak is ahead now, a rocky outcrop crowned with sparse, wind-swept trees. You can see the ocean beyond, endless and shimmering, and for a moment you let yourself imagine a ship on the horizon, a plume of smoke answering yours. A rescue that feels just within reach. But the horizon is empty, just water, sky, and the quiet, relentless pulse of the waves. You push the thought aside and focus on the task. Ralph sets down the conch carefully on a flat stone, and the group begins to gather dry, piling it in a loose pyramid at the center of the outcrop. The work is simple, almost meditative. Snap, stack, arrange, no words are needed. Just the quiet rustle of branches, the soft thud of wood on stone, the steady rhythm of shared effort. Jack steps forward with a flint he's been carrying, his movements precise, efficient. He strikes once, twice, and a small spark catches in the tinder. You watch as the flame grows, hesitant at first, then steady, licking at the dry twigs, climbing toward the thicker branches. Smoke begins to rise, thin and grey at first, then thicker, darker, curling into the morning air like a question mark. You step back, shielding your eyes against the sun, and watch the plume ascend. It rises straight for a moment, then catches the breeze, fracturing into wisps that drift lazily toward the sea. It's beautiful in a fragile, ephemeral way, but you can't shake the quiet feeling that it's not enough. The smoke is small against the vastness of the sky. The mountain is high, but the world is higher. And rescue, you realize with a quiet, sinking certainty, is still miles away. Historians still argue whether early human signaling methods were more about practical communication or psychological reassurance, a way to feel connected to a world that might not even be listening. But out here, on this wind-swept peak, the debate feels less like theory and more like experience. You're not just sending a signal, you're sending hope. And hope, however fragile, is a kind of fuel all its own. You watch the smoke drift, feeling the warmth of the fire on your face, and let yourself believe just for a moment that someone might see it, that a ship might change course, that rescue might be real. It's a small belief, a quiet one, but it's enough to keep you standing there, watching, waiting, breathing in the scent of wood smoke and possibility. The fire burns steadily now, the smoke rising in a thick grey column that catches the morning light in soft silver highlights. You step closer, feeling the heat on your skin, and add another branch to the flames. The work is simple, but it matters. Every piece of wood is a word in a message you can't control but can still send. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to be seen, only to find that visibility isn't the same as connection. But you push the thought aside. This isn't about philosophy. It's about practice, about doing what you can with what you have. You glance at Ralph, who's standing a few feet away, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his expression unreadable in the morning light. He doesn't look worried, he doesn't look hopeful, he just looks present, and in that presence you feel a quiet reassurance. You're not alone in this, you're part of a group, and sometimes that's enough. You stay by the fire as the morning deepens, the sun climbing higher, the smoke continuing its slow, uncertain journey toward the sea. The group takes turns tending the flames, adding wood, watching the plume. No one speaks much. Words feel unnecessary, almost intrusive, against the quiet rhythm of the task. You settle onto a warm rock, feeling the sun on your back, and let your gaze drift across the ocean. It's endless, shimmering, beautiful, and empty. You don't let the emptiness discourage you, you just let it be. The fire crackles, the smoke rises, the waves keep time, and you simply sit there, breathing, watching, being exactly where you're supposed. The fire on the mountain has burned down to embers by the time you make your way back down the slope, your legs heavy with the day's effort, your clothes damp with sweat that's now cooling in the evening air. The jungle feels different at dusk, softer, quieter, as if the island is holding its breath. You follow the familiar path toward the beach, the scent of wood smoke still clinging to your hair, the memory of that thin plume of smoke drifting toward an empty horizon tucked quietly in your ribs. You're tired, not the kind of tired that sleep fixes, but the kind that comes from hoping too hard for something you can't control. You push the thought aside and focus on the sound of the waves growing louder, the promise of rest, the soft give of sand beneath your boots. But the beach isn't quiet when you arrive. It's alive with a different kind of sound, not the gentle murmur of conversation or the rustle of settling in for the night. This is softer, higher, a quiet, persistent whimper that cuts through the evening hush like a thin silver thread. You pause at the tree line, letting your eyes adjust to the fading light and see them. The lit luns. They're huddled together near the water's edge, a small cluster of tangled limbs and wide eyes, their faces smudged with dirt and tears. They're not crying loudly, they're not throwing tantrums, they're just whispering to each other, to the dark, to the shapes that the shadows seem to make when you're small enough to believe they might move. You walk closer, your steps slow, deliberate, not wanting to startle them. One of them looks up as you approach, a little girl with braids coming undone, her eyes huge in the twilight. "It's coming," she whispers, her voice so soft you almost miss it. The beastie. You crouch down to her level, feeling the sand shift beneath your knees, and ask gently what she means. She doesn't answer right away. She just points toward the tree line, where the shadows are deepening, where the wind is making the palm fronds rustle in a way that sounds almost like breathing. You follow her gaze, feeling a quiet chill that has nothing to do with the evening air. It's not fear, exactly. It's recognition. You remember what it was like to be small enough to believe that the dark had teeth. The other Litlans gather closer, their small bodies pressing together, like chicks seeking warmth. They don't speak in full sentences, just fragments. It walks. It has eyes. It knows our names. You listen without interrupting, letting their words hang in the air like smoke. You don't dismiss them. You don't tell them there's nothing to be afraid of. Because out here, in this place where the rules have been rewritten, fear isn't irrational. It's information. It's the mind's way of mapping the unknown. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time teaching children not to be afraid, only to find ourselves in a place where fear might actually keep us alive. You push the thought aside and focus on what you can do. You gather a handful of broad, soft leaves from a nearby bush, the kind that feel almost like fabric against your skin. You show the Litlans how to weave them together, not tightly, just enough to create a loose, flexible mat. They watch with wide eyes, their tears slowing as curiosity takes hold. You drape the leaf mat over the shoulders of the little girl who spoke first, and she lets out a quiet sigh, her small body relaxing just slightly. The others follow suit, gathering leaves, weaving, draping. It's not armor. It's not magic. It's just weight. A gentle grounding pressure that reminds them they're still here, still real, still held. If you've ever wrapped yourself in a cozy blanket on a stormy night, you already know the quiet comfort of this gesture. It's not that the blanket keeps the storm away. It's that it reminds you that you're safe enough to feel it. There's a mainstream historical fact worth remembering here. During the London Blitz in World War II, child psychologists documented that many young children found profound comfort in weighted comforts, extra blankets, stuffed animals, even sandbags placed near their beds. Not because they believed these objects would stop bombs, but because the physical pressure helped regulate their nervous systems during times of extreme uncertainty. It's a quiet reminder that sometimes the simplest solutions are the most human. You watch as the Litlans settle into their leaf blankets, their breathing slowing, their eyes growing heavy. They don't stop believing in the beastie. They just find a way to carry that belief without letting it carry them. The night deepens around you, the air cooling slightly, carrying the scent of salt and distant rain. You sit with the Litlans for a while, not speaking, just being present. You notice how their fear doesn't vanish. It just changes shape. It becomes a story they tell each other in whispers, a monster they name, and therefore in some small way control. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about folklore traditions. Some ancient cultures believed that giving a fear a name was the first step in disarming it, which is probably why so many myths feature monsters with very specific, very pronounceable names. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that language itself might be a kind of protection. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If childhood fears had a user manual, this chapter would definitely be titled, Step 1. Name the blanket. Step 3. Remember you're not alone. You glance toward the tree line again, where the shadows are now deep and impenetrable. You don't see anything moving. You don't hear anything unusual. Just the wind in the palms, the lap of waves, the soft, even breathing of the Litlans as they begin to drift towards sleep. But you understand, in a way that feels almost visceral, that the beastie isn't out there. It's in here, in the space between what we know and what we imagine, in the quiet hum of uncertainty that lives in all of us, no matter our age. Historians still argue whether childhood fears are primarily shaped by environment or by innate psychological patterns. But out here, on this moonlit shore, the debate feels less like theory and more like experience. You're watching fear take shape in real time, and you're also watching resilience do the same. One of the Litlans shifts in their sleep, murmuring something unintelligible, and you gently adjust the leaf blanket over their shoulders. The weight seems to help. Their breathing deepens, their small hand uncurls from a fist into an open palm. You feel a quiet swell of something in your chest. Not pride exactly, more like tenderness, the kind that comes from witnessing someone find their way through the dark, however slowly. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to protect children from fear, only to find that sometimes the best protection isn't removal, it's companionship. It's sitting with them in the uncertainty. It's offering a leaf blanket and a quiet presence and the simple, profound message, I'm here. You're not alone. The stars multiply overhead, pinpricks of light against the vast velvet sky. You lean back on your elbows, feeling the sand support your weight, and let your gaze drift across the lagoon. The moon's path is still there, shimmering, steady, a reminder that even in darkness there's light. You watch the litlans sleep, their small bodies rising and falling with the rhythm of their breath, their leaf blankets catching the starlight in soft silver highlights. They look peaceful, not fearless, just held. And in that holding, you feel a quiet reassurance. You've spent so long trying to fix things that you forgot how it feels to simply be present. The sand cradles your weight. The stars watch over you. The waves keep time. And you simply sit there, breathing, watching, being. Exactly where you're supposed to be. You stay with the litlans until their breathing is deep, and even until the fear has softened into sleep. Until the night has wrapped around you like a soft, familiar promise. You stand slowly, brushing sand from your clothes, and take a final look at the little cluster of sleeping forms. They'll wake up tomorrow, and the beastie might still be there, in the shadows, in their stories, but they'll also have the memory of this night, of the leaf blankets, of the quiet presence that sat with them in the dark. And sometimes that's enough. You turn toward the tree line, following the soft murmur of the group settling in for the night, and let the jungle welcome you back with its familiar hum. You find a soft patch of sand near the base of a palm, the fronds overhead whispering secrets to the stars. You settle down, feeling the day's warmth still radiating from the ground, a quiet comfort against your back. You close your eyes for a moment, listening to the waves, the rustle of leaves, the soft, even breathing of the group around you. It's a symphony of ordinary sounds, woven together by the simple act of being together. You don't need to direct it, you don't need to fix it, you just get to be part of it. And there's a profound peace in that realization. You wake to the sound of whispers, not the soft sleepy murmur of the litlans this time, but something sharper, more urgent. You sit up slowly, brushing sand from your eyes, and see a small group gathering near the tree line. Ralph is there, his expression tight, the conch resting in the curve of his arm like a quiet anchor. Jack stands a few feet away, his gaze fixed on the mountain peak that rises against the pale morning sky. The word passes through the group like a ripple. Paracutist, someone saw something, a shape, a movement, high up, where the fire was built yesterday. You feel a quiet chill that has nothing to do with the morning air. You stand, stretch the stiffness from your limbs, and join the group without a word. The mountain is calling again, and this time, it's not asking for smoke. The climb feels different today, heavier. The path is the same. The winding trail through dense undergrowth, the vines that brush against your arms like curious fingers, the steady pull of gravity against your effort. But your mind isn't on the effort, it's on the unknown. You think about what a parachutist might mean. Rescue, reinforcement, or just another piece of the world's war, dropped carelessly into your fragile experiment in order. You push the questions aside and focus on your footsteps, one foot in front of the other. That's all there is. The air grows thinner as you ascend, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faint, metallic tang of something you can't quite name. You notice how the light changes, filtering through the canopy in long, slanting beams that catch the dust motes dancing in the air. It's beautiful in a quiet, unassuming way, but you don't stop to admire it. The mountain doesn't care about beauty, it cares about truth, and truth, you're learning, is a currency that spends slowly out here. You reach the ridge just as the sun crests the horizon, painting the sky in soft washes of gold and rose. The peak is ahead now, a rocky outcrop crowned with sparse, wind-swept trees. You can see the remnants of yesterday's fire, a circle of blackened stones and ash, the smoke long since dissipated into the endless blue. But something else is there too, a shape, suspended. You pause, letting your eyes adjust and feel your breath catch in your throat. It's a figure, dressed in dark fabric, hanging from the branches of a tall pine, tangled in the silken threads of a parachute that flutters gently in the breeze like a ghostly flag. You don't move closer right away. You just stand there, watch, feeling the quiet weight of the moment settle over you like a soft, unfamiliar blanket. The group gathers behind you, silent now, their earlier urgency softened into something more like reverence. Ralph steps forward first, his movements slow, deliberate, as if approaching a sleeping animal. Jack follows, his posture stiff, his gaze fixed on the figure with an intensity that feels almost like recognition. You hang back for a moment, letting them take the lead, and watch as they circle the tree, their eyes tracing the lines of the parachute, the stillness of the figure, the way the morning light catches the silver buckles of the harness. It's not a dramatic scene, not in the cinematic sense. There's no music, no slow motion, just a quiet, profound stillness that seems to swallow sound itself. You take a step closer, feeling the soft give of pine needles beneath your boots, and finally see the face. It's a young man, maybe not much older than Jack. His eyes are closed, his expression peaceful, almost serene, as if he's simply resting. The parachute is caught in the upper branches, cradling him in a strange, silken hammock that sways gently with the wind. He looks like he's sleeping, but you know better. You've seen enough of life to recognize the difference between rest and stillness. You feel a quiet swell of something in your chest, not fear exactly, more like sorrow, the kind that comes from witnessing a life cut short, far from home, in a place that doesn't even know his name. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to connect with the world, only to find that sometimes the world connects with us in the most unexpected, most heartbreaking ways. There's a mainstream historical fact worth remembering here. During the Second World War, thousands of paratroopers were deployed behind enemy lines, many of whom never made it back to their units, their fates unknown for decades. It's a quiet reminder that war doesn't just happen on battlefields. It happens in the spaces between, in the quiet moments when a single life is suspended, literally and figuratively, in the balance. You glance at the parachute again, noting the faded insignia on the harness, the careful stitching of the fabric, the way the silk has held up against the elements. It's a testament to human ingenuity, yes, but also to human fragility. You push the thought aside and focus on what you can do. Jack steps closer, his hand reaching out to touch the parachute fabric, and you notice how his fingers tremble, just slightly. It's not fear, it's recognition. He knows, in a way that feels almost visceral, that this figure is a reminder of the world they left behind. A world of orders, of uniforms, of conflicts that stretch across oceans and generations. He doesn't speak, he doesn't need to. The silence says enough. Ralph crouches near the base of the tree, his gaze fixed on the figure's face, and you see his shoulders relax, just slightly, as if he's found a quiet answer to a question he didn't know he was asking. Historians still argue whether wartime casualties serve primarily as historical data points or as emotional touchstones that shape collective memory. But out here, on this windswept peak, the debate feels less like theory and more like experience. You're watching history hang in a tree, and you're also watching how a group of children learns to carry that weight. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about aviation folklore. Some old pilots believed that parachutes had a kind of memory, that they remembered every jump, every life they carried, and that this memory could sometimes influence the wind. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that even in loss there's a kind of continuity, that the sky doesn't just take, it also preserves. You glance at the parachute again, watching it flutter in the breeze, and wonder if it's holding more than just fabric. Maybe it's holding hope. Maybe it's holding the quiet agreement that, for now, everyone gets a turn to remember. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If survival had a memorial service, this would absolutely be it. One slightly windswept parachute, emotionally supported, prone to causing mild philosophical debates about fate and whether pine trees make good unintentional curators. You stay by the tree for a while, not speaking, just being present. You notice how the group doesn't try to move the figure. They don't cut him down. They don't try to bury him. They just stand there bearing witness. It's not inaction, it's respect. The kind that comes from understanding that some things can't be fixed. Some losses can't be undone. All you can do is acknowledge them. And sometimes that's enough. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to avoid death, only to find that sometimes the most profound moments come from simply sitting with it. You push the thought aside and focus on the quiet rhythm of the morning, the wind in the pines, the lap of waves far below, the soft, even breathing of the group around you. It's a symphony of ordinary sound woven together by the simple act of being together. You don't need to direct it. You don't need to fix it. You just get to be part of it. And there's a profound peace in that realization. The sun climbs higher, painting the parachute in soft silver highlights, and you feel the warmth on your back, a quiet comfort against the morning chill. You take a deep breath, feeling the cool, thin air fill your lungs, and let yourself believe, just for a moment, that this moment matters. That bearing witness is a kind of action. That remembering is a kind of resistance. You glance at Ralph, who's standing a few feet away, his gaze still fixed on the figure, his expression unreadable in the morning light. He doesn't look sad, he doesn't look angry, he just looks present. And in that presence, you feel a quiet reassurance. You're not alone in this. You're part of a group, and sometimes that's enough. You stay until the wind shifts, until the parachute stops fluttering and hangs still against the sky, until the morning has wrapped around you like a soft, familiar promise. You turn toward the path down, following the soft murmur of the group as they begin to descend, and let the mountain release you back into the jungle's embrace. You find the familiar trail, the winding path through dense undergrowth, and let your footsteps anchor you against the quiet hum of uncertainty. You don't look back. You don't need to. The figure will remain, suspended in the branches, a ghostly reminder of the world's own war. And you simply walk forward, breathing being, carrying the quiet weight of witness exactly where you're supposed to be. You descend the mountain slowly, the image of the suspended figure tucked quietly in your ribs like a stone you can't quite swallow. The jungle welcomes you back with its familiar hum, but today it feels different, heavier. The air is thick, almost edible, carrying the sweet rot of blooming orchids and the sharp tang of damp earth, mixing into a kind of noxic humidity that presses against your skin like a warm, damp wool blanket. You wipe sweat from your brow, feeling the familiar grit of salt on your fingertips, and keep moving, one foot in front of the other. That's all there is. But the jungle isn't just a backdrop anymore, it's a participant. Every rustle of leaves, every shift of shadow, seems to carry a question. What did you see up there, and more importantly, what will you see next? The path winds through dense undergrowth, vines brushing against your arms like gentle, curious fingers, and the light filters through the canopy in long, slanting beams that catch the dust motes dancing in the air. It's beautiful, in a quiet, unassuming way. But you don't stop to admire it. The jungle doesn't care about beauty. It cares about attention, and attention, you're learning, is a currency that spends quickly out here. You notice how the shadows seem to move when you're not looking directly at them, how the wind in the palms creates patterns that look almost like footsteps, how the distant call of a bird can sound suspiciously like a whisper if you let your mind wander. It's not paranoia, it's calibration. Your nervous system is recalibrating its baseline, switching from the predictable hum of streetlights and office lighting to the slow, deliberate pulse of a place that operates on seasons and tides. You pause for a moment, leaning against a broad-barked tree, and let your gaze drift across the canopy. The leaves are dense, overlapping, creating a mosaic of light and dark that shifts with the breeze. And there, just at the edge of your vision, something moves, a flicker, a flutter. You turn your head, focusing, and see it. A piece of fabric, caught in the branches of a nearby tree swaying gently in the wind. It's just a scrap, maybe from the parachute, maybe from something else entirely. But in this light, in this atmosphere, it looks like something else, something alive, something watching. You feel a quiet chill that has nothing to do with the humidity. It's not fear exactly, it's recognition. You remember what it was like to believe that the dark had teeth. And you realize, with a quiet, sinking certainty, that the jungle doesn't need monsters. It just needs your imagination. There's a mainstream historical fact worth remembering here. During the First World War, soldiers in the trenches often reported phantom movements in no man's land. Shadows that looked like advancing enemies, rustles that sounded like approaching patrols, most of which turned out to be wind in the wire, or the play of light on broken terrain. It's a quiet reminder that perception isn't just about what's there, it's about what you expect to be there. You glance at the scrap of fabric again, watching it sway, and feel the quiet pull of that lesson. The jungle isn't trying to scare you, it's just being the jungle, and your mind, ever the storyteller, is filling in the blanks. You push the thought aside and keep moving, letting the rhythm of your footsteps anchor you against the quiet hum of uncertainty. The humidity builds as you descend, wrapping around your arms like a second skin, heavy and sweet. It's easy to mistake this kind of atmosphere for hostility when you first step into it, but the truth is far quieter. It's simply indifferent, and indifference, you'll quickly learn, is much easier to navigate than malice. You notice how the shadows seems to deepen as the afternoon wears on, how the light turns golden and heavy like honey, how the wind in the palms creates a soft, whispering sound that almost sounds like words if you let your mind wander. You don't let it wander, you focus on your breathing, in, out. Slow, steady, the jungle breathes with you, and in that shared rhythm you feel a quiet reassurance. You're not fighting this place, you're learning its language. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about tropical folklore. Some indigenous cultures in the Pacific believed that the jungle had a kind of consciousness, that it could sense fear and respond to it by amplifying shadows and whispers, not to harm, but to test. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that the environment might be a mirror for your internal state. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If survival had a meditation app, this would absolutely be the premium feature. Jungle breathwork, now with 100% more whispering shadows. But you don't need an app, you just need to breathe, to notice, to let the humidity wash over you like a tide you no longer need to fight. The jungle isn't asking you to conquer it, it's just asking you to be here. And for the first time in a very long while, that's more than enough. You continue down the path, the scrap of fabric still visible in your peripheral vision, swaying gently in the breeze. You don't look at it directly, you don't need to. You know what it is, just a piece of cloth, just a reminder of the figure on the mountain, just a trigger for the stories your mind loves to tell. But knowing doesn't always quiet the fear. Sometimes it just gives it a name, and a named fear is still a fear. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to control our perceptions, only to find that sometimes the most profound moments come from simply letting them be. You push the thought aside and focus on the quiet rhythm of the afternoon. The wind in the palms, the lap of waves far below, the soft, even breathing of the group around you. It's a symphony of ordinary sounds, woven together by the simple act of being together. You don't need to direct it, you don't need to fix it, you just get to be part of it. And there's a profound peace in that realization. Historians still argue whether environmental psychology is primarily shaped by cultural narratives or by innate biological responses. But out here, in the humid embrace of the jungle, the debate feels less like theory and more like experience. You're watching your own mind at work, watching how a piece of fabric can become a monster if you let it, watching how the whispering shadows can feel like a presence if you stop breathing. And you're also watching how a single conscious breath can bring you back to center. You take that breath now, deep, slow, letting the humidity fill your lungs, letting the sound of the wind anchor you in the present. The scrap of fabric still sways, the shadows still shift, but you're no longer afraid. You're just present, and sometimes that's enough. You reach the beach just as the afternoon light begins to soften, turning the sand gold and the water copper. The group is gathering near the lagoon, preparing for the evening, and you join them without a word. You don't mention the scrap of fabric. You don't talk about the whispering shadows. You just sit down on the warm sand, feeling the day's heat still radiating up through the grains, and let the quiet hum of the group wrap around you like a soft, familiar blanket. The Litlans are nearby, their leaf blankets draped over their shoulders, their eyes wide but no longer fearful. They don't ask about the mountain. They don't ask about the figure. They just exist in the moment in the quiet certainty that they're not alone. You watch them for a moment, feeling a quiet swell of something in your chest. Not pride exactly, more like tenderness, the kind that comes from witnessing someone find their way through the dark, however slowly. The sun dips toward the horizon, painting the sky in soft washes of lavender and rose, and you feel the air cool slightly, carrying the scent of salt and distant rain. You lean back on your elbows, feeling the sand support your weight, and let your gaze drift across the lagoon. The moon's path is just beginning to shimmer on the water, a quiet promise that even in darkness, there's light. You think about the scrap of fabric, still swaying in the branches high above, and you don't feel fear. You just feel gratitude. Gratitude for the reminder that perception is a choice, that the jungle isn't trying to scare you. It's just trying to be itself. And you're learning to be yourself too. Not the person you were before the crash. Not the person you think you should be. Just the person you are, right now, in this moment, breathing in the humid air, watching the shadows lengthen, listening to the whisper of the palms. You stay there until the stars begin to prick through the twilight, until the group's voices lower into the quiet murmur of evening, until the night has wrapped around you like a soft, familiar promise. You stand slowly, brushing sand from your clothes, and take a final look at the lagoon. The moon's path is still there, shimmering, steady, a reminder that even in darkness there's light. You turn toward the tree line, following the soft murmur of the group settling in for the night, and let the jungle welcome you back with its familiar hum. You find a soft patch of sand near the base of a palm, the fronds overhead whispering secrets to the stars. You settle down, feeling the day's warmth still radiating from the ground, a quiet comfort against your back. You close your eyes for a moment, listening to the waves, the rustle of leaves, the soft, even breathing of the group around you. It's a symphony of ordinary sounds, woven together by the simple act of being together. You don't need to direct it. You don't need to fix it. You just get to be part of it. And there's a profound peace in that realization. The evening settles over the beach like a soft, familiar blanket, the air cooling slightly, carrying the scent of salt and distant rain. You're sitting near the lagoon's edge, watching the moon's path shimmer on the water, when you notice the shift. It's subtle at first, a change in the rhythm of conversation, a slight tension in the way bodies are positioned. Ralph is standing near the conch, his expression calm but firm, talking about shelters, about water, about keeping the fire going. His voice is steady, measured, the kind of voice that builds bridges instead of burning them. But Jack isn't listening. Not really. He's standing a few feet away, his gaze fixed on the tree line, his fingers tapping a quiet, restless rhythm against his thigh. You feel the air change. Not dramatically, just enough to notice. Like the moment before a storm breaks, when the wind holds its breath, you stand slowly, brushing sand from your clothes, and move closer, not to intervene, but to witness. Ralph is making a practical point about rationing the freshwater supply, his hands gesturing gently to emphasize the logic of it. It's a good point, a necessary one. And yet you notice how few eyes are on him. Most of the group is watching Jack, who hasn't said a word but whose presence seems to pull attention like a magnet. He's not arguing, he's not interrupting, he's just waiting. And in that waiting, you feel the quiet pull of a different kind of logic. Not the logic of rules and schedules, but the logic of hunger, of instinct, of the simple, profound truth that sometimes the most urgent need isn't for order, it's for meat. There's a mainstream historical fact worth remembering here. During periods of resource scarcity in early human societies, anthropologists have documented a consistent pattern where groups often split between those who prioritize long-term planning and those who prioritize immediate procurement. A tension that isn't about right or wrong, but about different strategies for survival. It's a quiet reminder that division isn't always dysfunction. Sometimes it's just diversity of approach. You glance between Ralph and Jack, feeling the quiet weight of that lesson. Neither is wrong, they're just different. And in a world that has just been turned upside down, difference can feel like danger. Jack finally speaks, his voice low but carrying, cutting through Ralph's point about water storage with a single practical question. When do we hunt? It's not a challenge, not exactly. It's just a redirection. A reminder that while shelters are important and water is essential, there's another need that's growing louder with each passing day. The need for for the visceral satisfaction of a successful hunt, for the quiet pride that comes from providing. You watch as the group responds, not with words, but with shifts. Shoulders turning slightly toward Jack, eyes brightening with the promise of action. It's not a rebellion. It's just a realignment. And in that realignment, you feel the fragile architecture of consensus begin to tremble. You step back slightly, letting the moment unfold without your interference, and notice how the conch rests in Ralph's hands, its spiral catching the moonlight in soft silver highlights. It's still a symbol, still a tool, but symbols, you're learning, only have power if everyone agrees to believe in them. And belief, however fragile, is a currency that can fluctuate. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time building systems, only to find that sometimes the most powerful force isn't the system, it's the story. And right now, Jack's story is simpler, more visceral, more immediate. Hunt, eat, survive. It's not a complex narrative, but it's a compelling one. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about hunter-gatherer folk. Some ancient traditions believed that the call to hunt was a kind of sacred rhythm, a pulse that connected the hunter to the land in a way that farming or gathering never could, which is probably why so many myths feature hunters as both providers and prophets. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that hunger might be a kind of wisdom. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If survival had a debate club, this would absolutely be the topic, resolved, that a well-planned shelter is more romantic than a well-roasted pig. Spoiler, it depends on whether you're cold or hungry. Ralph responds calmly, his voice steady, reminding the group that the fire is still the priority, that rescue is still the goal, that hunting can wait until the basics are secure. It's a reasonable argument, a logical one, and yet you notice how the words land differently now, not with the quiet agreement they once did, but with a faint, almost imperceptible hesitation. Like a stone dropped in water that's already rippling, you feel the tension in the air, not as conflict exactly, but as divergence. Two paths, two priorities, two ways of being in this place, and neither is wrong. They're just different. Historians still argue whether the split between agricultural and hunter-gatherer societies was primarily driven by environmental factors or by cultural values. But out here, on this moonlit shore, the debate feels less like theory and more like experience. You're watching it happen in real time. Jack doesn't argue. He doesn't raise his voice. He just turns and walks toward the tree line, a few of the older boys falling into step behind him, their movements quiet, purposeful, as if drawn by a rhythm only they can hear. It's not a defection, just an exploration, a testing of boundaries. You watch them go, feeling a quiet swell of something in your chest, not alarm exactly, more like recognition. You understand, in a way that feels almost visceral, that this isn't about leadership. It's about identity, about who you are when the rules change, about what you reach for when the world stops making sense. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to define ourselves, only to find that sometimes the most profound definitions come from the choices we make in the dark. You stay with Ralph for a moment longer, watching as he gathers the remaining group, his voice softening as he talks about tomorrow's tasks, about keeping the fire going, about watching over the lit lands. It's a good plan, a necessary one, and yet you can't shake the quiet feeling that the center is softening, that the agreement that held you together is beginning to fray, not from malice, but from the simple, profound truth that people have different needs, different rhythms, different ways of coping with uncertainty. You push the thought aside and focus on what you can do. You offer to take the first watch by the fire. Ralph nods, a small, sincere motion that says, "Thank you, I see you." And in that simple acknowledgement, you feel the fragile architecture of trust settle into place, however briefly. You settle by the embers of the evening fire, feeling the warmth on your face, the cool sand beneath your back, and let your gaze drift across the lagoon. The moon's path is still there, shimmering, steady, a reminder that even in darkness, there's light. You think about Jack and the boys in the tree line, wondering what they're doing, what they're feeling, what story they're telling themselves about this moment. You don't judge, you just wonder. And in that wondering, you feel a quiet reassurance. You've spent so long trying to hold things together that you forgot how it feels to simply let them be. The sand cradles your weight. The stars watch over you. The waves keep time. And you simply sit there, breathing, watching, being, exactly where you're supposed to be. The night deepens around you, the air cooling slightly, carrying the scent of salt and distant rain. You notice how the shadows seem to move when you're not looking directly at them, how the wind in the palms creates patterns that look almost like footsteps, how the distant call of a bird can sound suspiciously like a whisper if you let your mind wander. But you don't let it wander, you focus on your breathing. In, out, slow, steady. The jungle breathes with you, and in that shared rhythm, you feel a quiet reassurance. You're not fighting this place, you're learning its language. You think about the split in the sand, not as a wound, but as a reminder that growth often happens in the spaces between. That sometimes the most profound connections come from acknowledging difference instead of erasing it. You stay by the fire until the embers glow soft and low, until the group's breathing settles into the quiet rhythm of sleep, until the night has wrapped around you like a soft, familiar promise. You stand slowly, brushing sand from your clothes, and take a final look at the lagoon. The moon's path is still there, shimmering steady, a reminder that even in darkness there's light. You turn toward the tree line, not to follow Jack, not to rejoin Ralph, but simply to be present, to witness, to breathe. You find a soft patch of sand near the base of a palm, the fronds overhead whispering secrets to the stars. You settle down, feeling the day's warmth still radiating from the ground, a quiet comfort against your back. You close your eyes for a moment, listening to the waves, the rustle of leaves, the soft, even breathing of the group around you. It's a symphony of ordinary sounds, woven together by the simple act of being together. You don't need to direct it. You don't need to fix it. You just get to be part of it. And there's a profound peace in that realization. The morning breaks soft and pale, the kind of dawn that feels more like a gentle sigh than a fresh start. You wake to the sound of footsteps crunching through damp sand, a steady, purposeful rhythm that doesn't match the usual sleepy shuffle of the group. You sit up, brushing the night's chill from your shoulders, and watch as Jack moves toward a quiet patch of shoreline, where the tide has left behind a shallow pool of still water. He isn't carrying a spear, he isn't gathering wood. He's holding something else entirely. A handful of damp, rust-colored clay, mixed with a little seawater until it reaches the consistency of wet paste. He kneels, dips his fingers into the mixture, and brings it to his face. It's not a dramatic gesture. It's quiet, deliberate. The clay is cool, slick against his skin, and as he begins to draw lines across his cheeks and forehead, you watch the boy you know slowly dissolve. Not because he's vanished, exactly, but because something else is stepping into view. The red streaks catch the early light, framing his eyes, shadowing his mouth, softening the sharp, disciplined edges of his usual rigid posture. If you've ever watched someone try on a pair of sunglasses that instantly changes their entire vibe, you already understand the quiet alchemy of this moment. It's not just pigment, it's permission. You step closer, careful not to disturb the ritual, your boots sinking slightly into the wet shoreline. The air here is thick with the scent of crushed leaves and salt, a heavy, almost toxic humidity that makes every breath feel weighted and slow. Jack doesn't look up as you approach. He's focused entirely on the still surface of the pool, adjusting the lines, blending the edges, letting the clay dry into a matte, earthy finish that catches the morning like stained glass. You notice how his shoulders relax the moment the final streak is in place. The tension that usually coils around his collar seems to melt into the sand. It's strange, really, how a few lines of mud can feel like shedding a heavy winter coat in the middle of July. He stands, turns slightly, and meets your gaze. But it's not quite the same gaze you saw yesterday. The eyes are clearer, sharper, unburdened by the exhausting need to be polite, to follow, to wait for approval. It's a toxic new identity, not because it's inherently cruel, but because it's entirely untethered from the rules of the world he came from. The classroom expectations, the choir rehearsals, the careful measurements of good behavior, they don't apply out here. And the clay seems to whisper exactly that. It's a boundary crossed quietly, without fanfare, leaving room for the older, quieter parts of him to finally stretch their legs. There's a mainstream historical fact worth remembering here. Throughout human history, from ancient warriors to indigenous hunters across 3 continents, face paint has rarely been about vanity or decoration. Archaeologists and anthropologists have documented that red ochre was ground, mixed, and applied in rituals and survival contexts for over 70,000 years, often serving as a psychological buffer between the civilian self and the survival self. It's a quiet reminder that sometimes the most effective armor isn't forged in iron, it's mixed in the dirt. You watch Jack test the weight of his new expression, flexing his jaw, letting a slow, unfamiliar curve touch the painted edges. The instinct inside him isn't waking up in a cinematic, growling way. It's just remembering it exists. And remembering you're learning is often the loudest sound of all. If survival had a skincare line, this would absolutely be the viral product. Ochre Glow, now with 100% less inhibition. Side effects may include sudden urges to yell at the tide and abandon group chat etiquette. But you don't laugh out loud, you just watch, because beneath the clay, you recognize something profoundly human. We all wear masks. Some are made of concealer, some of job titles, some of polite small talk at neighborhood gatherings. This one is just made of earth. And earth, you're quickly realizing, is remarkably honest. It doesn't care about your resume. It only asks what you're willing to become when the lights go out. Jack picks up a smooth, flat stone from the shoreline, not to use it as a tool, but to catch his reflection one last time before the morning deepens into action. The sun climbs slightly higher, turning the red streaks from wet mud into something almost ceremonial, something that hums with quiet purpose. He doesn't speak. He doesn't need to. The transformation is its own language, spoken in the slight tilt of the head, the relaxed set of the hands, the way his breathing finally matches the rhythm of the wind. You feel a quiet chill that has nothing to do with the temperature. It's the realization that civilization isn't a permanent structure. It's a habit. And habits, however deeply ingrained, can be temporarily suspended by a handful of colored dirt and the simple radical act of letting go. Historians still argue whether ritualistic face painting was primarily a spiritual practice meant to invoke protection or a psychological coping mechanism designed to compartmentalize violence. But out here, on this quiet stretch of shore, the debate feels less like academia and more like lived observation. You're watching a boy step out of his own shadow, not to escape it, but to finally meet it. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about early European naturalists who documented Pacific Islander body art traditions. Many of them initially misread the bold designs as marks of chaos or rebellion, completely missing that the patterns were actually highly structured visual dictionaries encoding navigation routes, seasonal harvests, and kinship lines. It's a lovely reminder that what looks like unraveling from the outside is often a different kind of order from the inside. You glance at Jack's painted face again, tracing the deliberate symmetry, the way the red draws his features into sharper, more focused relief. It's not madness, it's calibration. A very specific, very grounded kind of clarity that doesn't ask for permission to exist, because it no longer needs an audience to feel real. The breeze picks up slightly, carrying the damp scent of blooming vines and distant rain. Jack flexes his hands, feeling the cool morning air against his bare forearms, then turns toward the tree line without a word. His steps are different now. Lighter, more fluid. The rigid, measured posture of the disciplined choir boy has been replaced by the grounded, economical stride of someone who finally trusts his own instincts. You watch him go, feeling the quiet weight of the moment settle in your ribs. You don't feel alarm. You don't feel judgment. You just feel witness. The kind of witness that doesn't demand explanations, but simply acknowledges that people shift when the environment demands it. That survival sometimes requires a little theatricality, that a face covered in wet clay can be the exact thing that lets a nervous system finally stop holding its breath. You smile at the absurdity of it all, a quiet internal chuckle. If therapy had a physical manifestation, this would absolutely be it. One slightly muddy face, emotionally liberated, ready to tackle repressed adolescence with a sharpened branch and a newfound appreciation for open-air cardio. But you push the thought aside and focus on the quiet rhythm of the morning. The waves lap the shore in slow, predictable cycles. The gulls trace lazy arcs against the brightening sky. The painted figure disappears into the green without looking back. And you simply stand there, breathing, noticing, being, exactly where you're supposed to be. The sun climbs higher, warming the damp sand, turning the shallow pool from still mirror to rippling glass. You crouch near the water's edge, watching the last remnants of the red mixture wash away with a gentle incoming tide. The clay dissolves into the sea, leaving behind only a faint, rust-colored swirl that quickly fades into the familiar blue. It's a gentle metaphor, if you're in the mood for one. Masks wash off, identities shift. The morning moves forward without asking for your permission. You stand slowly, brushing the fine grit from your palms, and take a deep, unhurried breath. The air smells different now, less heavy, more open, like the island has decided to let the next chapter unfold exactly as it needs to. You turn toward the trees, following the faint trail of disturbed ferns and snapped twigs, carrying nothing but the quiet certainty that transformation is rarely loud. It's usually just a handful of dirt, a quiet pool of water, and the courage to look at yourself without flinching. You step into the shade, letting the humidity wrap around you like a familiar promise, and let the day carry you forward, one slow, deliberate step at a time. You follow the trail deeper into the jungle, the air growing thicker with each step, heavy with the scent of crushed ferns and damp earth. The red clay on Jack's face has dried into a matte, earthy finish that catches the dappled light filtering through the canopy, turning him into something both familiar and strange. He moves with a new economy, his steps silent on the soft forest floor, his eyes scanning the undergrowth with a focus that feels almost predatory. You hang back slightly, not out of fear, but out of respect for the ritual unfolding. This isn't just a hunt, it's a threshold, and thresholds, you're learning, are best witnessed, not interrupted. The jungle hums around you, a complex tapestry of chirps, rustles, and distant calls that somehow manages to feel both chaotic and perfectly orchestrated. You notice how the boys move now, not as a scattered group, but as a loose, fluid unit, their positions shifting instinctively to cover more ground, to funnel movement, to create opportunities. It's not military precision, it's something old, more intuitive, like watching a school of fish change direction without a single leader calling the turn. You feel a quiet pull in your chest, not quite excitement, not quite dread, just anticipation, the kind that comes from knowing something significant is about to happen. Even if you can't name it yet, then you hear it, a soft snuffle, a rustle in the dense undergrowth ahead. Jack freezes, one hand raised slightly, fingers curled like roots. The group stills instantly, breath held, bodies coiled. You follow his gaze and see it, a young pig, barely more than a suckling, rooting quietly in a patch of soft soil, its pink snout dusted with earth, its small body oblivious to the attention it's gathering. It's not dramatic, not in the cinematic sense. There's no music swelling, no slow motion close-up. Just a quiet, ordinary moment of life continuing, unaware that it's about to become part of someone else's survival story. You feel a quiet ache in your throat, not for the pig exactly, but for the innocence of the moment. The before Jack doesn't rush, he doesn't shout. He moves with a slow, deliberate grace that feels almost reverent, his spear held low, the sharpened tip catching the light in a way that makes your breath catch. You watch as he closes the distance, step by silent step, his painted face a mask of concentration that seems to absorb the jungle's own stillness. The other boys hold their positions, creating a loose semicircle that gently guides the pig's potential escape routes without startling it. It's not cruelty, it's strategy. And strategy, you're quickly realizing, is just another word for respect. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time romanticizing the hunt in stories, only to find that the real thing is quieter, more deliberate, more intimate than you ever imagined. The strike is quick, efficient, not brutal, but undeniable. The pig lets out a short, sharp squeal, a sound that's less about pain and more about surprise, about the sudden, irreversible shift from freedom to fate. It's a bone-jarring sound, one that seems to vibrate in your own ribs, reminding you of the physical reality of this moment. This isn't a metaphor, this isn't a lesson, this is life, in its most immediate, unvarnished form. You feel the weight of it settle over you like a heavy, familiar blanket. Not guilt, not triumph, just presence. The kind that comes from witnessing a boundary crossed, a line drawn in the soft earth of experience. There's a mainstream historical fact worth remembering here. Archaeological evidence from early human settlements across Europe and Asia consistently shows that the transition to organized hunting practices coincided with significant developments in social cooperation, tool specialization, and even language complexity, suggesting that the act of hunting together wasn't just about food, but about forging the very bonds that hold communities together. It's a quiet reminder that sometimes the most profound connections are forged not in comfort, but in shared effort. You watch as the boys gather around the fallen pig, their movements careful, respectful, their early attention melting into something softer, more focused. They don't cheer, they don't celebrate, they just begin the quiet work of preparation. Their hands steady, their voices low. Jack kneels beside the pig, his painted face softening slightly in the dappled light. and places a hand gently on its side for a moment, a gesture that feels less like ownership and more like acknowledgement. It's a small thing, but it matters. He doesn't speak, he doesn't need to. The silence says enough. You feel a quiet swell of something in your chest. Not pride exactly, more like recognition. The kind that comes from understanding that survival isn't about avoiding difficult moments. It's about meeting them with intention. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to sanitize our experiences, only to find that sometimes the most healing moments come from simply allowing ourselves to feel the weight of what we've done. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about hunter-gatherer folklore. Some indigenous traditions in the Amazon believe that the spirit of a hunted animal offers itself willingly to those who approach with respect, and that the hunter's gratitude is what allows the cycle of life to continue without resentment. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that even in taking, there can be a kind of harmony. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If survival had a gratitude journal, this would absolutely be the entry. Today I caught a pig. Thank you, pig. Also, sorry about the squeal. It was very bone-jarring. 1010 would not recommend as a ringtone. The boys work efficiently, their movements practiced despite their inexperience, as if some older, quieter part of them remembers how to do this. You notice how they don't waste anything, how they handle each part with care, how their earlier nervous energy has settled into a calm, focused rhythm that feels almost meditative. It's not savagery, it's skill, and skill, however primal, is a kind of dignity. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much trying to separate ourselves from our animal nature, only to find that sometimes the most profound moments of humanity come from embracing it fully. Historians still argue whether early hunting rituals were primarily about practical resource management or about spiritual reciprocity with the natural world. But out here in the humid embrace of the jungle, the debate feels less like theory and more like lived experience. You're watching both unfold simultaneously. The practical work of preparing food, the quiet reverence of acknowledging life. And in that duality, you feel a quiet reassurance. You've spent so long trying to categorize experiences as either civilized or savage, only to find that the most meaningful moments often exist in the space between the sun climbs higher, filtering through the canopy in long, slanting beams that catch the dust motes dancing in the air. The air grows warmer, heavier, carrying the rich, earthy scent of the jungle and the faint, metallic tang of the hunt. You step back slightly, letting the boys work, and feel the quiet pride that settles over the group like a soft, familiar blanket. It's not boastful, not arrogant. Just a quiet, grounded satisfaction that comes from doing something difficult, together, with intention. You notice how their shoulders relax, how their breathing slows, how their eyes meet with a new kind of understanding. They didn't just catch a pig, they caught a moment, and moments, however heavy, are how we build meaning. You stay nearby as the work continues, not interfering, just witnessing. You notice how the boys don't rush, how they take their time, how they seem to understand, in a way that feels almost instinctive, that this moment deserves their full attention. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to hurry through difficult experiences, only to find that sometimes the most healing thing we can do is simply slow down and let them unfold. You push the thought aside and focus on the quiet rhythm of the morning, the wind in the palms, the distant lap of waves, the soft, focused murmurs of the group around you. It's a symphony of ordinary sounds, woven together by the simple act of being together. You don't need to direct it. You don't need to fix. You just get to be part of it. And there's a profound peace in that realization. The jungle breathes around you, a slow, steady rhythm that seems to sync with your own. You take a deep, unhurried breath, feeling the humid air fill your lungs, and let yourself believe, just for a moment, that this moment matters. That bearing witness is a kind of action. That participating is a kind of prayer. You glance at Jack, who's standing a few feet away, his painted face catching the light in soft, earthy highlights, his expression unreadable but somehow peaceful. He doesn't look triumphant. He doesn't look remorseful. He just looks present, and in that presence you feel a quiet reassurance. You're not alone in this. You're part of a group, and sometimes that's enough. You stay until the work is done, until the jungle's hum softens into the quiet rhythm of afternoon, until the moment has wrapped around you like a soft, familiar promise. You turn toward the path back, following the soft murmur of the group as they begin to move, and let the jungle release you gently back toward the beach. You find the familiar trail, the winding path through dense undergrowth, and let your footsteps anchor you against the quiet hum of uncertainty. You don't look back. You don't need to. The moment will remain, tucked quietly in your ribs like a stone you can't quite swallow, a reminder that growth often happens in the spaces between comfort and challenge. And you simply walk forward, breathing, being, carrying the quiet weight of experience exactly where you're supposed to be. The sky darkens without warning, the way tropical skies do, shifting from gold to bruised purple in the space of a single breath. You feel the change before you see it. The air grows heavier, almost solid, pressing against your skin like a warm, damp hand. The jungle's hum softens as if holding its breath, and then the first drops fall. Not gentle, not tentative, just immediate, fat raindrops that hit the leaves with a sound like soft percussion, building quickly into a steady, rhythmic drumming that seems to sync with your own heartbeat. You don't run for cover. You just stand there, feeling the cool water soak through your shirt, washing the dust from your skin, turning the world into a blur of green and grey and silver. And then you hear it. At first it's just a murmur, barely audible over the rain. A low, rhythmic chant that seems to rise from the earth itself, from the wet soil, from the dripping leaves, from the quiet pulse of the group gathered in the clearing ahead. You step closer, your boots sinking slightly into the soft, rain-soaked ground, and see them. A circle of boys, their faces upturned to the sky, their bodies swaying gently in time with the falling water. Jack is at the center, his red clay mask now streaked with rain, turning the sharp lines into something softer, more fluid, like war paint dissolving into prayer. He doesn't speak the words so much as breathe them, his voice low, steady, a quiet anchor in the storm. Kill the pig. The phrase lands in the rain like a stone dropped in still water, and the ripples spread instantly. The other boys pick it up, their voices weaving together into a single hypnotic thread that seems to braid with the sound of the falling rain. Cut her throat. The repetition isn't aggressive, it's meditative. Each word lands with the same quiet weight, the same rhythmic certainty, until the phrase stops being a command and starts being a rhythm, a pulse, a shared breath. You feel it in your own chest, the way your breathing begins to sync with the chant, with the rain, with the slow, deliberate sway of the circle. It's not about violence anymore, not exactly. It's about belonging, about losing the sharp edges of your individual name and melting into the warm, collective hum of the group. There's a mainstream historical fact worth remembering here. Anthropologists studying ritual chant traditions across Polynesia, West Africa, and the Amazon have documented that repetitive, rhythmic vocalizations often serve to synchronize group heart rates and breathing patterns, creating a physiological state of shared calm that strengthens social bonds and reduces individual anxiety. It's a quiet reminder that sometimes the most powerful medicine isn't in the words themselves, but in the rhythm they create. You watch as the boys' shoulders relax, their eyes grow soft, their earlier tension melting into the rain like sugar in warm tea. They're not losing themselves. They're finding a different kind of self, one that exists in the space between voices, in the shared breath, in the quiet certainty that they're not alone. The rain intensifies, turning the clearing into a shimmering curtain of silver, and the chant grows slightly louder, not in volume but in presence. It's no longer just sound, it's atmosphere. It's the air you breathe, the water on your skin, the rhythm of your own heartbeat. You feel your own name beginning to soften at the edges, the sharp distinctions between I and we, blurring like ink in water. It's not frightening, it's freeing, like finally setting down a heavy bag you didn't realize you've been carrying. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to assert our individuality, only to find that sometimes the most profound moments come from letting it go, just for a little while. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about medieval monastic traditions. Some Benedictine communities believed that chanting in the rain had a special potency, that the combination of rhythmic prayer and falling water created a kind of acoustic sanctuary that could quiet even the most restless mind. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that weather and worship might collaborate to create peace. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If meditation apps had a weather feature, this would absolutely be the premium setting. Rainfall chant mode. Now with 100% more atmospheric dissolution of ego. Side effects may include sudden urges to hug a tree and forget your middle name. The chant continues, steady as the rain, and you notice how the boys' movements become more fluid, more synchronized, as if the rhythm is guiding their bodies as much as their voices. They don't need to hold hands. They don't need to look at each other. The pulse is enough. The shared breath is enough. You feel a quiet swell of something in your chest. Not loss, exactly. More like expansion. The kind that comes from understanding that identity isn't a fixed point. It's a spectrum. And sometimes the most healing thing you can do is let yourself drift toward the collective end. Just for a moment, just to remember what it feels like to be part of something larger than your own worries. Historians still argue whether ritual chanting in pre-literate societies was primarily a tool for social cohesion or a spiritual practice meant to invoke divine presence. But, out here in the rain-soaked clearing, the debate feels less like theory and more like lived experience. You're watching both unfold simultaneously. The practical work of strengthening group bonds, the quiet reverence of surrendering to a rhythm larger than yourself. And in that duality you feel a quiet reassurance. You've spent so long trying to hold on to the sharp edges of who you think you are, only to find that sometimes the most profound moments of self-discovery come from letting those edges soften. Just a little. The rain begins to ease, the drumming on the leaves softening to a gentle patter, and the chant follows, growing quieter, slower, until it's just a whisper, then a breath, then silence. The boys stand still for a moment, their eyes closed, their faces upturned to the sky, letting the last drops wash over them like a blessing. Then slowly they open their eyes. They don't look changed exactly, but they look settled, like they've found a quiet answer to a question they didn't know they were asking. You feel the return of your own name, the sharp edges of your individuality reforming like ice on a pond. But it feels different now, lighter, less brittle, like you've remembered that you can be both yourself and part of the whole, without contradiction. You step back slightly, letting the moment settle, and notice how the clearing feels different now. Not quieter exactly, just softer. The rain has washed the dust from the leaves, turning the green brighter, more vibrant. The air smells cleaner, fresher, carrying the scent of wet earth and blooming vines. You take a deep, unhurried breath, feeling the cool air fill your lungs, and let yourself believe, just for a moment, that this moment matters. That surrender is a kind of strength. That rhythm is a kind of prayer. You glance at Jack, who's standing a few feet away, his painted face now softened by rain, his expression unreadable but somehow peaceful. He doesn't look triumphant. He doesn't look remorseful. He just looks present. And in that presence you feel a quiet reassurance. You're not alone in this. You're part of a group. And sometimes that's enough. The sky begins to lighten. The clouds breaking just enough to let a single shaft of golden light pierce the canopy, illuminating the clearing in a soft, ethereal glow. You watch as the boys begin to move again, not with the earlier tension, but with a calm, deliberate grace that feels almost ceremonial. They don't speak. They don't need to. The silence says enough. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to control our experiences, only to find that sometimes the most healing moments come from simply letting them unfold, in their own time, in their own rhythm. You stay until the last drops fall, until the jungle's hum returns to its familiar rhythm, until the moment has wrapped around you like a soft, familiar promise. You turn toward the path back, following the soft murmur of the group as they begin to move, and let the jungle release you gently back toward the beach. You find the familiar trail, the winding path through dense undergrowth, and let your footsteps anchor you against the quiet hum of uncertainty. You don't look back. You don't need to. The moment will remain tucked quietly in your ribs like a stone you can't quite swallow. A reminder that sometimes the most profound connections come from losing yourself just enough to find something larger. And you simply walk forward, breathing, be carrying the quiet weight of rhythm exactly where you're supposed to be. The rain has passed, but the jungle doesn't dry out so easily. Instead, it cooks itself. You step away from the chanting circle and follow a faint, beaten-down path toward a different part of the island, where the canopy opens just enough to let the afternoon sun press down like a heavy woolen blanket. The air changes instantly. It's no longer just humid, it's dense, carrying a rich, earthy weight that settles in your lungs and reminds you exactly where you are. This isn't the open beach or the shaded lagoon. This is the processing clearing. You tread carefully, your boots sinking slightly into soil that's been softened by rain and steady use, and the first thing you notice isn't a sight, it's a sound. A low, continuous hum that seems to vibrate in your teeth. Flies. Not the occasional nuisance, but a whole ecosystem of them, moving in slow, deliberate orbits around a central point you haven't quite reached yet. You push aside a broad palm frond and step into the clearing proper. The heat here feels different, heavier, almost toxic, as if the ground itself is exhaling the day's accumulated warmth back into the sky. In the center, driven deep into the damp earth, stands a sharpened branch, and resting on top is the sow's head. It's not arranged for shock value. There's no dramatic staging, no theatrical flair. It's just there, quiet and still, already claimed by the steady rhythmic work of the insects. The flies cluster along the edges, their wings catching the filtered sunlight in tiny, iridescent flashes. They don't buzz frantically. They move with a kind of purposeful patience, a natural rhythm that feels almost meditative if you stop resisting it. You take a slow breath, letting the thick air fill your chest and feel the quiet weight of the moment settle over your shoulders. It's heavy, it's real, and it demands your full, unhurried attention. There's a mainstream historical fact worth remembering here. Early human settlements across the Neolithic period consistently established dedicated refuse and processing zones far from sleeping quarters, demonstrating a surprisingly sophisticated understanding of spatial hygiene and communal health long before the invention of modern sanitation. It's a quiet reminder that separating the sacred, the practical, and the decaying isn't a modern luxury. It's an ancient survival skill. You watch the flies navigate the clearing, realizing that this space isn't meant to be comfortable, it's meant to be functional, a place where the necessary work of transformation happens away from the firelight, away from the lullabies, away from the careful boundaries of daytime life. You step closer, careful not to disturb the slow, steady orbit around the wooden stake, and notice how the heat seems to pool here, trapped between the tree trunks like steam in a closed jar. If nature had a municipal recycling program, this clearing would absolutely be the primary drop-off center. No receipt required, just a steady hum of winged volunteers and a profound lack of customer service complaints. You crouch a few feet away, not to inspect, just to observe. The sow's head sits perfectly still, its quiet gaze fixed on nothing and everything at once. The flies have claimed it, but they haven't conquered it. They're just doing what they've always done, turning what was into what will be. It's a slow, quiet alchemy, the kind that happens whether you're watching or not. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about Pacific Islander ecological traditions. Some coastal elders historically viewed blowflies not as pests, but as natural translators that carried the forest's gratitude for returned nourishment, converting decay directly into soil richness. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that even the most overlooked creatures have a role in the grand, unbothered cycle of renewal. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If survival had a Yelp review for this clearing, it would probably read, 0 stars for comfort, 5 stars for ambient humidity, and absolutely 0 chance of finding a quiet spot to finish a sandwich. Would not recommend for picnics, highly recommend for philosophical realignment. Historians still argue whether designated processing clearings were primarily practical sanitation measures or early ritual spaces meant to contain the spiritual weight of life and death. But out here, in the thick, buzzing quiet, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You don't need to categorize it, you just need to sit with it. The air is so heavy it feels almost solid, wrapping around your arms like a second skin, reminding you that the island doesn't sanitize its processes. It doesn't package them neatly. It just lets them happen in full view, in slow motion, in steady, unhurried cycles. You watch a single drop of rainwater, left over from the storm, slide down the curve of the wooden stake and disappear into the damp earth. It's a small thing, a quiet thing, but it carries the exact weight you've been feeling all week. The understanding that everything changes, nothing stays the same, and the forest doesn't ask for your permission to keep turning. You stand slowly, brushing a stray leaf from your knee, and let your gaze drift across the clearing. The heat shimmers slightly above the ground, turning the edges of the trees into soft wavering lines. The flies continue their steady orbit, their hum blending with the distant call of a bird and the gentle drip of water from the canopy above. It's a symphony of ordinary decay, woven together by the simple fact that life requires space to breathe, even when that breath smells like damp earth and iron. You don't feel revulsion, you feel presence, the kind that comes from witnessing a process that doesn't care about your comfort, but asks only for your attention. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to hide the messy parts of existence, only to find that sometimes the most grounding moments come from standing quietly in the middle of them. There's a quiet joke floating through your mind, mostly about how if the clearing had a neighborhood watch, the flies would absolutely be running it, highly organized, perpetually on duty, and completely uninterested in your personal boundaries. But you don't say it out loud. You just let it pass, like the slow drift of a cloud across a heavy sky. The heat presses down, the hum continues, the wooden stake stands firm, and you simply stand there, breathing, noticing, being, exactly where you're supposed to be. You take one last look at the quiet monument, feeling the thick air settle into your lungs, and turn back toward the path. The jungle welcomes you with its familiar shade, the canopy closing above you like a soft green curtain. You follow the trail without rushing, letting the humidity wrap around you like a familiar promise, carrying the quiet certainty that some places don't need to be understood. They just need to be witnessed. You walk slowly, your footsteps quiet on the damp earth, the clearing's heavy atmosphere fading gradually into the cooler, fresher air of the forest floor. The steady hum softens behind you, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant, rhythmic pulse of the waves. You don't look back. You don't need to. The clearing will remain exactly as it is, a quiet testament to the island's unbothered rhythm, a place where life and decay share the same soil without apology. You take a deep, unhurried breath, feeling the weight of the week settle into your ribs, and let the jungle carry you forward, one slow, deliberate step at a time. The heat lingers on your skin, the air thick with the scent of wet wood and distant rain, and you smile quietly at the simple, profound truth of it all. You're still here, still breathing, still watching, and sometimes that's more than enough. You step away from the clearing's heavy humidity and follow the tree line back toward the water, the cool shade offering a quiet reprieve from the afternoon heat. The hum of the flies fades gradually, replaced by the familiar, rhythmic pull of the tide against pale sand. You settle onto a sun-warmed log near the shoreline, letting your boots rest just above the damp earth, and feel the question settle in your chest like a smooth, unpolished stone. It's not urgent. It doesn't demand an answer right now, but it's there, lingering in the space between the painted faces, the rhythmic chanting, the quiet efficiency of the hunt. You think about the boys, about the school uniforms left in the wreckage, about the rules they used to follow without thinking. And you wonder, quietly, whether the darkness was always there, waiting beneath the surface like a dormant seed, or whether the island itself gently coaxed it out, drop by drop, like a slow-acting fever that simply adjusted to the new climate. It's an old question, older than the novel, older than the philosophy books that line the shelves of quiet university libraries. You watch a single wave roll in, break, and retreat, leaving behind a thin line of foam that dissolves into the sand. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. When 6 Tongan teenagers were shipwrecked on a deserted South Pacific island in 1965, they didn't fracture into factions or descend into chaos. They built a cooperative society, established routines, shared responsibilities, and survived for 15 months with remarkable harmony. It's a quiet reminder that the human baseline isn't necessarily cruelty. Sometimes it's just collaboration. But you also know the island doesn't run on textbook examples. It runs on pressure, on heat, on the quiet erosion of familiar boundaries. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to map human nature onto clean grids, only to find that people are more like weather systems, shifting, responding, adapting to whatever front moves through. Historians still argue whether the descent into primal behavior is an innate human default or simply a predictable response to environmental deprivation. But out here, with the sun warming your shoulders and the breeze carrying the scent of salt and distant rain, the debate feels less like an academic exercise and more like a mirror. You're not watching monsters emerge. You're watching boundaries soften. You're watching what happens when the scaffolding of adult supervision, social consequences, and daily routines is quietly removed, leaving only the raw, unfiltered rhythm of survival. It's not that the boys became something new, it's that they became something older, something that existed long before report cards and curfews and polite dinner conversation. And older doesn't always mean worse. Sometimes it just means honest. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about early 20th century ethnographers who documented isolated island communities. Many of them recorded a phenomenon they called environmental elasticity, the idea that human social structures stretch and contract like tide pools, adapting rapidly to resource availability, climate patterns, and group size. It's a lovely thought, really. The notion that we aren't fixed entities but fluid ones, shaped by the water we're swimming in. You smile at the absurdity of it all. If troubleshooting section would definitely read: issue, unexpected behavior. Solution, check local humidity, reduce isolation time, and ensure regular access to shared meals. Warning, do not attempt to diagnose existential dread with a pocket knife. But you don't need a manual. You just need to sit here, watching the water, letting the quiet weight of the question settle without rushing to fix it. You lean back against the smooth bark of the log, feeling the afternoon light shift from gold to something softer, something amber and slow. The island doesn't judge you for wandering. It just exists, steady and unhurried, offering you the rare luxury of unstructured thought. You think about the red clay mask, the way it felt like shedding a heavy winter coat in the middle of summer. You think about the chant in the rain, how it synced your breathing to something larger than yourself. You think about the clearing, the flies, the quiet alchemy of decay and renewal. None of it was evil. None of it was heroic. It was just happening. And sometimes, the most profound realizations come from accepting that things don't need to be categorized to be understood. You don't need to decide whether the poison came from within or from the soil. You just need to notice that both are part of the same ecosystem. There's a gentle joke floating through your mind, mostly about how if moral philosophy had a podcast, this episode would absolutely be sponsored by sunscreen. Protect your skin, protect your boundaries, and remember that ethical ambiguity is 100% normal in tropical climates. But you don't let the thought pass, like a slow-moving cloud across a brightening sky. The breeze picks up slightly, carrying the damp scent of crushed leaves and distant water. You watch a flock of gulls trace lazy arcs above the lagoon, their cries echoing twice before dissolving into the quiet hum of the afternoon. It's a symphony of ordinary existence, woven together by the simple fact that life continues whether you're analyzing it or not. You notice how the question in your chest has softened. It hasn't disappeared. It's just lost its sharp edges. You realize, with a quiet, grounding certainty, that the island isn't a laboratory. It's a mirror. It doesn't create darkness. It reveals what's already there, gently, patiently, without apology. The boys aren't falling. They're adjusting. An adjustment isn't a moral failure. It's a survival skill. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time to armor ourselves against change, only to find that sometimes the most healing moments come from simply letting ourselves bend. You push the thought aside and focus on the quiet rhythm of the evening. The tide pulls back, the sky deepens, the air cools slightly, carrying the faint, familiar scent of wet sand and blooming vines. You stay by the water until the light turns lavender, until the gulls settle into the mangroves, until the day folds gently into twilight. You stand slowly, brushing a stray leaf from your sleeve, and take a deep, unhurried breath. The question remains, but it no longer demands an answer. It just asks for your attention, and attention, you've learned, is the quietest form of respect. You turn toward the path back, following the soft murmur of the group settling into the evening, and let the jungle welcome you with its familiar shade. You find a quiet spot near the tree line, the canopy overhead whispering secrets to the rising stars. You settle down, feeling the earth support your weight, and let the night wrap around you like a soft, familiar promise. You don't need to solve the debate. You don't need to pick a side. You just get to witness it. And sometimes that's more than enough. You leave the shoreline behind without a word, letting the soft rhythm of the waves fade into the background hum of the island. The path ahead isn't marked by footprints or broken branches. It's marked by presence. Simon moves through the trees with a quiet, unhurried grace, his shoulders slightly rounded, his gaze fixed on the dappled light filtering through the canopy. You follow at a respectful distance, your boots sinking into the damp leaf litter, and notice how the air changes almost immediately. It's cooler here, denser. The humidity doesn't press down so much as it wraps around you, thick and still, carrying the faint metallic tang of ozone that always precedes a shift in the sky. You don't need a weather app to know what's coming. The jungle tells you in the way the leaves hold perfectly still, in the way the insects pause their evening chorus, in the quiet, vibrating silence that seems to hum just beneath the surface of your skin. It's not empty, it's waiting. Simon steps over a fallen log, his movements careful, deliberate, and disappears through a narrow curtain of hanging vines. You push them aside, feeling the cool, slick leaves brush your forearms, and step into a space that feels entirely separate from the rest of the island. It's a glade, really. Small, circular, framed by the wide, sweeping leaves of giant ferns and the thick, moss-draped trunks of ancient trees. The canopy above closes in like a woven roof, letting only thin, slanted beams of fading light touch the forest floor. If the jungle had a real estate listing, this would absolutely be the premium quiet suite. Charming fixer-upper with 100% natural humidity, zero Wi-Fi, and an unwavering commitment to peaceful boundary setting. You settle onto a smooth, sun-warmed stone near the center, brushing a layer of dry moss from the surface, and watch as Simon moves to the far edge of the space. He doesn't speak. He doesn't gesture for you to join him. He just sits cross-legged on the earth and lets his shoulders drop, as if he's finally setting down a weight he's been carrying since the crash. The silence here isn't heavy, it's vibrational. You can feel it in the soles of your boots, in the quiet hum of your own pulse, in the way the air seems to thrum with the low-frequency tension of a storm gathering beyond the tree line. You close your eyes for a moment, letting your nervous system sync with the space, and notice how your breathing automatically slows, deepens, matches the slow, deliberate rhythm of the leaves above. There's a mainstream historical fact worth remembering here. Environmental psychologists have consistently documented that secluded, naturally enclosed spaces trigger a measurable drop in cortisol levels and a shift toward parasympathetic nervous system dominance, often within just 15 minutes of quiet exposure. It's a quiet reminder that the human body wasn't designed for constant stimulation. It was designed for pockets of stillness. You open your eyes and watch Simon trace a slow, absent pattern in the damp soil with the tip of his finger. He isn't hiding from the group. He's recharging for them. And sometimes, the most profound form of caregiving is simply stepping away long enough to remember how to breathe. You lean back against the cool stone, feeling the quiet hum of the glade settle over your shoulders like a soft, weighted shawl. The air grows thicker, more electric, carrying the sharp scent of petrichor and distant rain. You notice how Simon's posture shifts slightly, his head tilting upward, his eyes tracing the slow movement of clouds pressing against the canopy. He knows the storm is coming. You know the storm is coming, and yet neither of you rushes to prepare. There's a gentle acceptance to this space, a quiet understanding that some things can't be outrun, only witnessed. If introversion had a user manual, Simon would absolutely be the cover model. Find a quiet corner. Step 2. Let the world spin without you. Step 3. Remember that silence is just conversation with yourself, paused for breath. You smile at the absurdity of it, a quiet internal chuckle that doesn't disturb the stillness, and let your gaze drift across the glade. The moss glows softly in the fading light. The ferns arch gracefully overhead. The trees stand like quiet sentinels, holding space for whatever comes next. Historians still argue whether solitary retreats into nature were primarily spiritual practices, meant to commune with unseen forces, or early psychological self-regulation techniques, designed to process collective stress. But out here, in the damp, electric quiet, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived truth. You're not looking for answers, you're just sitting with the question. The air shimmers slightly, charged with static, and you watch as a single drop of rain falls from the canopy above, landing softly on a broad leaf with a sound like a quiet sigh. Then another. Then a steady, gentle patter that begins to weave through the glade like a slow, familiar melody. Simon doesn't move. He just closes his eyes, letting the rhythm wash over him, his shoulders relaxing further into the earth. You feel a quiet swell of something in your chest. Not sadness exactly. More like reverence. The kind that comes from witnessing someone who doesn't need to perform, doesn't need to prove, doesn't need to be anything other than exactly what they are. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about early Pacific Islander weather lore. Many coastal navigators believed that the sudden stillness before a tropical squall wasn't just atmospheric pressure shifting, but the land itself holding its breath to listen. A moment of quiet anticipation that allowed travelers to align their steps with the coming rhythm of the storm. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that stillness isn't the absence of movement, but the presence of listening. You watch the rain increase, turning the damp soil into soft, dark mud, and notice how the glade seemed to absorb the sound rather than amplify it. It's a natural amphitheatre, really, designed for quiet reflection rather than loud declarations. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to fill empty spaces, only to find that sometimes the most healing thing we can do is simply let them be. You push the thought aside and focus on the quiet cadence of the falling rain, the steady drumming, the gentle hiss against the leaves, the soft rhythmic pulse of the earth breathing in the moisture. It's a symphony of ordinary weather, woven together by the simple fact that the sky doesn't need your permission to cry. The humidity deepens, wrapping around you like a familiar promise, and you feel the electric tension in the air begin to soften, dissolving into the steady, grounding rhythm of the storm. You glance at Simon again, watching as a faint smile touches his lips, so quiet you almost miss it. It's not a smile of happiness exactly. It's a smile of recognition, of understanding, of finding a quiet corner of the world that doesn't ask you to change your shape. If survival had a mindfulness app, this would absolutely be the premium meditation track. Glade static, now with 100% more atmospheric pressure and 0 push notifications. Side effects may include sudden urges to sit still, listen to trees, and abandon group chat etiquette. But you don't need an app. You just need to breathe, to notice, to let the storm wash over the canopy while the glade holds its quiet, steady center. The rain continues to fall, gentle and persistent, turning the air cool and clean. You take a deep, unhurried breath, feeling the damp earth scent fill your lungs, and let yourself believe just for a moment that this moment matters. That quiet isn't empty. It's full of patience, full of presence, full of the simple, profound truth that sometimes the strongest thing you can do is sit still and let the weather happen. You close your eyes, listening to the steady drum of rain, feeling the vibrating silence settle into your bones, and let the glade wrap around you like a soft, familiar blanket. You don't need to solve anything. You don't need to fix it. You just get to be here. And for now, that's more than enough. You don't need to travel far from the quiet glade to find the clearing. The storm has shifted the air, turning the humidity into something thick and electric, pressing against your skin like a damp wool coat. The path here is softer, the leaf litter saturated from the steady rain, and as you step past the final curtain of hanging vines, the sound reaches you before the sight. It's a low, steady hum, not the gentle chorus of crickets or the distant roll of thunder. It's the dense, vibrating drone of flies moving in slow, deliberate orbits around a central point you're already bracing yourself to see. And there it is. The sow's head rests on the sharpened stake, rainwater catching in the dark hollows, the insects moving with their quiet, purposeful patience. Simon is already there, kneeling in the damp earth, his gaze fixed not with horror, but with a strange, quiet recognition. You settle a few feet away, letting the clearing's heavy atmosphere wrap around you, and watch as the moment unfolds. The rain has softened to a steady, rhythmic patter against the broad leaves above, turning the air cool and clean despite the lingering heat. You notice how Simon doesn't flinch, he doesn't look away. He just breathes, slow and even, letting his eyes trace the familiar curve of the skull, the way the rain has washed the dried earth into the soil. the quiet, almost smiling line where the jaw meets the wood. It's not a face anymore, it's a mirror. And in the heavy, buzzing silence of the storm, you feel the shift begin. It's not supernatural, it's psychological. The mind, starved of familiar anchors, starts projecting its own questions onto the only thing staring back. You watch Simon's shoulders relax, then tense, then settle again, as if he's listening to a voice that exists entirely within the space between his own ribs. The flies continue their orbit, the rain continues to fall, and the clearing holds its quiet, unbothered breath. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. Mid-20th century psychologists studying wartime isolation and sensory deprivation consistently documented how prolonged solitude triggers the brain's face recognition networks, a phenomenon now well mapped in ambiguous stimuli, a phenomenon now well mapped in clinical literature, as the mind's attempt to create conversational partners when none are available. It's a quiet reminder that we don't just see what's in front of us, we see what we need to process. You watch Simon's lips part slightly, not to speak aloud, but to shape the questions he's been carrying all week. The beast isn't out there in the trees, the beast isn't hiding in the storm. It's right here, in the quiet space where fear meets honesty. If therapy had a field guide, this moment would absolutely be the cover illustration. Step 1. Find a quiet stake. Step 2. Stare at it until it stares back. Step 3. Realize the conversation was internal all along. Warning: may cause sudden, profound clarity and a strong desire to reorganize your emotional filing cabinet. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about linguistic history. The phrase tracing back to an ancient Semitic epithet was originally a minor agricultural title associated with seasonal cycles and harvest protection, before later text repurposed it into a symbol of decay and moral unease. It's a lovely, slightly ironic reminder that language itself is a kind of clearinghouse, constantly reassigning meaning based on what cultures need to fear or understand. You smile at the absurdity of it all, watching a single raindrop slide down the curve of the wooden stake and disappear into the damp soil. The name doesn't matter, the projection does. And projections, however heavy, are just the mind's way of practicing honesty out loud. You let the thought settle, feeling the damp earth scent fill your lungs, noticing how the storm's rhythm seems to sync with your own pulse. The flies don't bother you anymore. They're just background noise, the island's own version of a white noise machine, humming a steady, unbothered lullaby that somehow makes the heavy air feel lighter. Historians still argue whether ritual confrontation with decayed or grotesque imagery serves as psychological catharsis meant to externalize fear or as a cognitive trap that reinforces internalized anxiety. But out here, in the humid, buzzing quiet, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. Simon isn't trapped, he's unpacking. You can feel it in the way his breathing slows, in the way his fingers uncurl from their earlier tension, in the quiet certainty that settles over his shoulders like a familiar weight. The head doesn't speak in riddles, it speaks in echoes. Every doubt you've carried, every rule you've questioned, every quiet compromise you've made to keep the peace, it's all here, reflected in the stillness of a rain-washed surface, asking only one thing. Will you stop running long enough to listen? You shift slightly on the damp ground, feeling the cool moisture settle against your boots, and notice how the wind picks up just enough to carry the scent of wet bark and distant ozone. The clearing doesn't demand performance. It only asks for presence, and presence, you're quickly realizing, is the quietest form of courage. You watch Simon close his eyes for a long moment, letting the rain wash over his face, and you feel the tension finally leave his jaw. He isn't afraid of the beast. He's afraid of what happens when the group stops pretending it isn't real. He's carrying the quiet burden of understanding that darkness isn't a monster to be hunted. It's a shadow to be acknowledged. And acknowledging a shadow doesn't make you cruel. It makes you whole. You feel a quiet swell of something in your chest. Not sorrow exactly. More like tenderness. The kind that comes from witnessing someone sit with their own reflection without flinching. The storm builds slowly around the clearing, the wind picking up, the rain intensifying, but Simon doesn't move. He just breathes, he just listens, he just lets the internal conversation unfold without rushing to fix it. If ancient philosophers had a podcast, this episode would absolutely be sponsored by a very specific brand of insect repellent. Protect your perimeter, protect your peace, and remember that talking to weathered wood is completely normal when cell service is unavailable. But you don't laugh out loud. You just let the thought pass like the slow drift of a cloud across a darkening sky. There's a gentle realization settling over you, quiet and steady. The mind doesn't break under pressure. It bends. It finds new shapes. It learns to speak in symbols when words fail. If survival had a customer service line, this would absolutely be the hold music. Your clarity is important to us. Please continue sitting with the quiet hum until a representative becomes available. Estimated wait time until the rain stops. But you don't need a representative. You already have the answer. It's right here, in the damp earth, in the steady drone of the insects, in the quiet realization that the weight you've been carrying wasn't placed on you by the island. It was carried here by you, long before the crash. You watch Simon open his eyes, his gaze clear, his posture relaxed, and feel the quiet certainty that he's ready to carry this back to the group. Not as a warning, as a mirror. The clearing holds its steady, unbothered rhythm. The flies continue their slow, purposeful orbit. The wooden stake stands firm, no longer a symbol of decay, but a testament to quiet courage. You stand slowly, brushing a stray leaf from your sleeve, and step back into the tree line, letting the storm wash over the canopy while the glade fades behind you. The rain continues to fall, gentle and persistent, turning the air cool and clean. You take a deep, unhurried breath, feeling the damp earth scent fill your lungs, and let yourself believe, just for a moment, that this moment matters. That sitting with the bark isn't a descent, it's an integration. You don't look back, you don't need to. The conversation will continue long after the rain stops. And you simply walk forward, breathing, being, carrying the quiet weight of understanding exactly where you're supposed to be. You step out of the tree line just as the sky finally splits open. The storm doesn't approach, it arrives. A sudden, heavy wall of rain slants across the beach, driven by a wind that carries the sharp metallic scent of ozone and crushed palm fronds. The humidity thickens instantly, wrapping around you like a damp, weighted blanket that presses against your chest and slows your breathing to match the rhythm of the downpour. You pull your shoulders in, letting the water run down your face, and move toward the center of the camp where the group has already gathered. The fire, carefully tended through days of damp attempts, has been reduced to a few struggling embers hissing under the sudden deluge, but nobody tries to save it. They don't need to. The storm provides its own light now, flashing in brief blinding strobes that paint the beach in stark silver relief, then swallowing it again into bruised purple dark. The boys are already moving. Not walking, not talking, just shifting in a loose, restless circle that tightens with each passing minute. You watch from the edge, water pooling around your boots, and feel the ground begin to vibrate beneath the impact of bare feet on wet sand. It starts as a uneven rhythm, stomp, pause, shift, breathe. Then someone begins to chant, a single syllable pulled from the storm's own howl, and the circle answers. The chant catches, multiplies, sinks. Within moments, the uneven footsteps smooth into a steady, driving pulse that seems to pull the rain into its cadence. You feel it in your ribs before you hear it in your ears. A low, thrumming frequency that bypasses thought and speaks directly to the nervous system. If group cardio had a weather warning, this would absolutely be it. Sudden onset rhythmic synchronization, possible loss of individual boundaries, and a 100% chance of forgetting your own middle name by the third chorus. You step closer, careful not to break the circle's perimeter, and notice how the humidity has turned the air almost liquid. It clings to your skin, thick and heavy, carrying the intoxicating mix of wet earth, salt spray, and the quiet, electric heat of too many bodies moving in too small a space. The boys aren't looking at each other. They're looking inward or downward or just through, their faces slick with rain, their eyes wide and unblinking. The chant repeats over and over, stripping away syllables until only the rhythm remains: kill, cut, throat. The words lose their sharp edges, dissolving into breath, into footfall, into the steady drumming of rain on broad leaves. It's not malicious, it's not theatrical, it's just overwhelming. A toxic kind of energy, not because it's poisoned, but because it's so dense it leaves no room for hesitation. It consumes the space between thought and action, between individual and crowd, until there's only the circle, the rain, and the pulse. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. Anthropologists studying pre-industrial coastal communities across the Mediterranean and Polynesia have documented that synchronized group movement during severe weather events often served as a psychological pressure valve, helping to regulate collective cortisol spikes and reinforce social cohesion when environmental threats made individual action useless. It's a quiet reminder that the human body doesn't always know how to process fear through stillness. Sometimes it needs motion, it needs rhythm, it needs to stomp the anxiety into the wet sand until it can finally breathe again. You watch the circle tighten, feeling the heat of it radiate outward, and realize you're not watching a breakdown. You're watching an adaptation. A very loud, very wet, very ancient kind of adaptation that doesn't ask for permission, only participation. If survival had a fitness tracker, it would currently be registering 10,000 steps in 0 square feet. And honestly, that's a new personal record for existential cardio. You let your shoulders drop, matching your breathing to the cadence of their footsteps, and notice how the rain seems to fall in time with the chant. Flash, boom, stomp, breath. The storm isn't fighting them, it's accompanying them. The humidity grows heavier, almost suffocating, but the boys don't slow down. If anything, they lean into it. The chant rises slightly, not in volume but in intensity, vibrating against the low roll of thunder like a second heartbeat. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about 19th century maritime folklore. Some old storm watchers believed that violent tropical squalls carried a natural frequency that could temporarily disrupt human circadian rhythms, causing heightened alertness and a strange, almost trance-like susceptibility to group movement. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that the weather itself might be a conductor, tapping the air with invisible sticks and asking the crowd to follow. You smile at the absurdity of it all, watching a flash of lightning catch the rain mid-fall and turn it into a curtain of silver needles. If chaos had a Spotify playlist, it would absolutely be titled Thunder, Sweat, and Questionable Choreography, and you'd probably stream it on repeat while trying to assemble flat-pack furniture in a hurricane. Historians still argue whether collective frenzies during natural disasters are primarily adaptive social bonding mechanisms designed to synchronize group response or early manifestations of mass psychological contagion that temporarily override individual restraint. But out here, in the drenched, vibrating dark, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not analyzing, you're experiencing. The air is so thick it feels like breathing through warm water, and yet nobody coughs, nobody steps back, nobody breaks the rhythm. They're too far in for that. The circle has become a single organism, moving, chanting, breathing as one, and the boundary between where one body ends and the next begins has dissolved into the rain. You feel a quiet chill that has nothing to do with the temperature. It's the realization that civilization isn't lost in these moments. It's suspended, held in abeyance while something older, something more immediate, takes the wheel. And older doesn't mean broken, it just means unfiltered. You shift your weight, letting the damp sand cradle your boots, and watch the firelight finally surrender to the storm. The last ember hisses out, swallowed by rain, and the beach plunges into a darkness broken only by lightning and the pale reflective sheen of wet sand. The chant doesn't falter. It doesn't need light to keep moving. It only needs rhythm, and rhythm, you're quickly realizing, is a kind of gravity. It pulls everything toward its center. You notice how the boys' faces have changed again. Not from clay this time, from motion, from breath, from the sheer exhausting weight of moving together without stopping to ask why. If therapy had a group session format, this would absolutely be the intensive weekend retreat. Step outside, stand in the rain, stomp until the static clears, and remember that your nervous system was designed for weather, not Wi-Fi. But you don't say it out loud. You just let the thought drift away, carried on the same wind that's pushing the rain sideways across the shore. The storm peaks, the wind howling through the palm fronds, turning the canopy above into a roaring green ocean that mirrors the water below. The circle spins slightly, faster now, the footsteps blurring into a continuous drumbeat that vibrates through the soles of your boots and up into your knees. You feel your own pulse sync with it, your breathing matching the chant, your shoulders rolling with the rhythm. It's not a choice, it's a response. The kind that happens when the environment becomes so loud, so heavy, so electrically charged that thinking becomes impossible and feeling becomes the only option. You watch the boys lean into the motion, their arms swinging, their voices merging into a single breathless thread, and you feel the quiet, heavy truth of it settle in your chest. This isn't cruelty, this isn't madness, this is release. A very loud, very wet, very human kind of release that doesn't apologize for existing. You stand in the rain, letting it wash over your face, your clothes, your quiet doubts, and let the storm do exactly what it came here to do. The circle holds. The chant continues. The heavy humidity wraps around you like a familiar promise. And you simply stand there, breathing, moving, being. Exactly where you're supposed to be. You stand at the edge of the rain-slicked sand, the heavy drumming of the storm still echoing in your ribs, when a shape breaks from the tree line. Simon. He's moving slowly, deliberately, his clothes plastered to his skin, his bare feet leaving faint, fading prints in the wet earth. He's coming toward the circle, not to join it, but to share what he's learned, to speak the quiet truth he found in the glade. You watch him step into the dim, lightning-flashed glow, his voice barely rising above the wind, trying to tell them what he saw, to name the thing they've been fearing. But the storm is too loud, the rhythm is too deep. The chant has already swallowed the space between words, folding syllables into breath, breath into footfall, footfall into a single unbroken pulse. You feel the air shift, thick with humidity and momentum, as the circle's motion pulls him inward without meaning to. It's not malice, it's momentum. And momentum, you're quickly learning, doesn't pause to ask for directions. The first touch is barely a brush. A hand, slick with rain, catches his shoulder, spinning him gently into the rhythm. He stumbles, tries to steady himself, tries to raise his voice again, but the chant has already wrapped around his attempts, absorbing them into the steady, driving beat. Footsteps close in, shadows overlap. The mist rolls thicker, curling low over the beach, blurring faces, blurring boundaries, until there are no names left, just shapes moving in the dark. You watch from a few steps back, your breath catching as the circle tightens, the rhythm accelerating, the boy's movements becoming a single, fluid wave that doesn't recognize where one body ends and the next begins. Simon isn't attacked, he's absorbed. The line between human and shadow, between witness and participant, dissolves in the wet sand, erased by the sheer, exhausting weight of the moment. If group dynamics had a user manual, this would absolutely be the troubleshooting page. Issue: loss of spatial awareness during high-rhythm activity. Solution: step back, check your foot, and remember that personal boundaries are highly recommended during monsoon season. You close your eyes for a fraction of a second, letting the sound wash over you, and notice how the air feels almost solid, heavy with salt, rain, and the quiet, electric charge of too many nervous systems firing at once. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. During large-scale historical gatherings, from medieval pilgrimage routes to early industrial labor movements, documented crowd incidents rarely stem from intentional violence, but rather from acoustic and kinetic feedback loops, where individual movement becomes subsumed by collective rhythm, making accidental collisions nearly inevitable. It's a quiet reminder that the human body doesn't always recognize the difference between celebration and panic when the pulse is loud enough. You open your eyes as a flash of lightning paints the beach in stark, silver relief, and you see it. The moment the rhythm overtakes the reason, the gentle push that becomes a stumble, the stumble that becomes a fall. It's not dramatic, it's quiet, tragic yes, but quiet. Like a candle finally going out in a room full of wind, the mist catches the light, turning the falling rain into a curtain of soft silver threads, and you feel the heavy, grounding certainty that this wasn't chosen. It was carried by the storm, by the rhythm, by the slow, quiet erosion of the line between what they intended and what their bodies simply did. The mist thickens, curling around the boy's ankles, turning the world into a soft grey blur where up and down lose their usual definitions. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about 19th century meteorological folklore. Some coastal storm watchers believed that dense sea fog carried a kind of acoustic dampening effect, temporarily softening human vocal recognition and making it harder for individuals to distinguish familiar voices from background noise. It's a lovely, slightly eerie thought, really. The idea that weather itself might quietly edit your perception until all you hear is the rhythm. You watch the circle shift, the footsteps blur, the chant dissolve into breath, and you feel the quiet, heavy truth settle over your shoulders like a damp wool coat. Historians still argue whether tragic crowd collisions during ritual gatherings are primarily failures of spatial coordination or inevitable byproducts of synchronized psychological arousal. But out here, in the rain-soaked, mist-heavy dark, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not assigning blame, you're just witnessing the quiet mechanics of momentum. If survival had a weather advisory, it would probably read, "Heavy fog expected. Possible temporary loss of individual identity. Please maintain 3 feet of personal space and avoid making sudden eye contact with thunder." But you don't need a warning. You already know the storm doesn't care about your personal space. It only asks for your attention. The rhythm slows, not by choice, but by exhaustion. The storm's peak passes, the wind dropping to a low, steady sigh, the rain softening to a gentle patter that sounds almost like apology. You step forward carefully, your boots sinking into the wet sand, and notice how the circle has broken. Not with a shout, not with a gasp, just a slow, uneven unraveling, like a spool of thread finally catching on a rough edge. The boys stand still, chests heaving, water dripping from their hair, their eyes wide and unfocused in the mist. Simon lies quietly near the water's edge, carried gently by the tide, no longer moving, no longer speaking, just resting in the quiet rhythm of the waves. The line between human and animal hasn't been broken, it's been remembered. You feel a quiet ache in your throat, not sharp, but deep, the kind that comes from watching something beautiful dissolve into something necessary. You don't look away. You let the moment settle, heavy and honest, and notice how the mist seems to hold its breath, waiting for the world to remember how to speak in names again. There's a gentle joke floating through your mind, mostly about how if tragedy had a podcast, this episode would absolutely be sponsored by a very specific brand of non-slip footwear. Step carefully, breathe slowly, and remember that group synchronization works best when everyone remembers to look where they're going. But you don't say it out loud, you just let it pass, like the slow drift of fog across the shoreline. You crouch near the water's edge, letting the cool damp settle against your knees, and watch the tide pull back, taking the heavy humidity with it, leaving behind a quiet, clean stillness. The boys don't speak, they don't argue, they just stand there, soaked and silent, carrying the weight of what just happened without trying to name it. The air feels lighter now, scrubbed clean by the rain, carrying the faint, familiar scent of wet sand and distant pine. You stay where you are, listening to the soft lap of water against the shore, the quiet drip of leaves, the slow, uneven breathing of the group as they begin to remember themselves. You don't rush to fix it. You don't try to explain it. You just sit in the quiet aftermath, letting the mist lift slowly, revealing the pale horizon, the steady lagoon, the quiet truth that some moments aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be carried. You take a deep, unhurried breath, feeling the cool air fill your lungs, and let the shoreline wrap around you like a soft, familiar promise. The night deepens, the rain stops, and you simply stay where you are, breathing, witnessing, being exactly where you're supposed to be. You walk down to the shoreline just as the sun begins to bleed pale gold through the lingering mist. The storm has exhausted itself, leaving the beach scrubbed clean, the sand damp and heavy beneath your boots. The air is cool now, carrying the sharp mineral scent of wet stone and crushed kelp, a quiet contrast to the electric humidity of the night before. You trudge slowly, each step deliberate, feeling the quiet weight of the morning settle over your shoulders. The camp is still, too still. No voices calling out, no footsteps crunching, just the gentle rhythmic lap of the tide reclaiming the shore. You find them near the water's edge, Ralph and Piggy sitting close together, their clothes stiff with dried salt, their faces pale in the early light. They don't look up as you approach. They're busy wrapping themselves in something invisible, something heavy, something meant to keep the cold of what happened at bay. It's a weighted blanket of denial, woven from logic and exhaustion, and they're pulling it tight around their shoulders. Piggy speaks first, his voice thin but steady, piecing together fragments of rationality like mismatched tiles. He talks about the storm, about the rhythm, about how it was an accident, how they were just caught in the circle, how no one meant for it to happen. His words are careful, measured, a quiet architecture of self-protection built brick by careful brick. Ralph doesn't argue. He just nods, his eyes fixed on the wet sand, his breathing slow and even. You notice how they don't look at each other. They look outward at the horizon, at the lagoon, at anything but the quiet space between them, where the truth sits, heavy and unspoken. It's not cruelty, it's survival. The kind that comes when the mind simply cannot hold the full weight of the night, so it gently folds the edges inward, smoothing the rough parts until they feel manageable. If therapy had a cozy subscription box, this would absolutely be the monthly delivery. One neatly packaged rationalization, 2 cups of strong tea, and a reminder that sometimes the brain needs to knit a soft sweater out of facts before it can face the weather outside. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. In the aftermath of large-scale collective traumas during the mid-20th century, from industrial factory collapses to wartime evacuation programs, psychologists consistently documented that survivor groups naturally developed shared narratives of inevitability or accidental convergence within 48 hours of the event, a cognitive restructuring process that allowed communities to function without immediate psychological fracture. It's a quiet reminder that the mind doesn't break under pressure. It adapts. It builds shelters out of words. You watch Piggy adjust his posture, his fingers tracing slow, absent patterns in the damp sand, and feel the gentle hum of that adaptation in the space between them. Historians still argue whether post-traumatic collective denial serves as a necessary psychological buffer that preserves group cohesion, or as a delayed catalyst that fractures trust when the truth eventually resurfaces. But out here, on this quiet, washed clean shore, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not here to judge the blanket. You're just here to notice how they hold it. The morning light strengthens, turning the mist into a soft silver haze that drifts lazily over the lagoon. You settle onto a smooth piece of driftwood a few feet away, letting your boots rest just above the damp sand, and notice how the air feels lighter now, scrubbed by the rain, carrying the faint, familiar scent of wet bark and distant pine. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about early 20th century sleep science. Some maritime physicians believed that survivors of shipwrecks naturally gravitated toward heavy, layered clothing in the days following trauma, not for warmth, but for the proprioceptive feedback that mimicked the grounding pressure of being held, a phenomenon now loosely echoed in modern therapeutic weight blanket practices. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that comfort isn't always about temperature. Sometimes it's just about pressure, about feeling the edges of yourself again when the world has temporarily dissolved. You smile at the quiet absurdity of it all. If existential dread had a retail brand, it would probably market a very specific kind of emotional fleece, the Rationalizer Collection, now with 100% more plausible explanations and a memory foam lining for guilt. Warning, may cause sudden urges to organize your thoughts into neatly labeled spreadsheets while ignoring the fact that you haven't slept in 3 days. But you don't say it out loud. You just let the thought pass, like a slow-moving cloud across a brightening sky. You watch Ralph finally shift, his shoulders rolling forward, his hands resting heavily on his knees. He doesn't speak right away. He just breathes, slow and even, letting the morning air fill his lungs. When he finally does, his voice is quiet, almost a whisper, agreeing with Piggy's careful logic, nodding along to the gentle architecture of accident and storm and circumstance. It's not dishonesty, it's pacing. The kind that understands the human nervous system can only carry so much truth before it needs to set it down and rest. You feel a quiet swell of something in your chest, not pity exactly, more like tenderness, the kind that comes from watching people try to hold themselves together with the only tools they have left. The tide pulls back, leaving behind a thin line of foam that dissolves into the sand, and you notice how the boys' breathing gradually sinks, not from rhythm or chant this time, but from shared exhaustion, from the quiet certainty that they're still here, still breathing, still trying. There's a gentle realization settling over you, quiet and steady. Denial isn't always a wall. Sometimes it's a bridge. A temporary structure built to cross the gap between what happened and what you're ready to carry. You watch Piggy adjust his glasses, the frames slightly crooked, the lenses catching the morning light in soft, fragmented glints, and feel the weight of the moment settle into your ribs. It's heavy, yes, but it's not crushing. It's just real. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to force honesty in the immediate aftermath, only to find that sometimes the most healing thing we can do is simply let the mind take its time, wrapping itself in soft logic until the edges stop fraying. If survival had a custom social hotline, this would absolutely be the hold message. Your emotional processing is important to us. Please continue wrapping yourself in plausible narratives until a representative becomes available. Estimated wait time until the sun is fully up. But you don't need a representative. You already know the truth. It's right here, in the damp sand, in the quiet space between their words, in the gentle understanding that some mornings aren't meant for answers. They're meant for breathing. The breeze picks up slightly, carrying the damp scent of crushed leaves and distant water. You stand slowly, brushing a stray grain of sand from your sleeve, and take a deep, unhurried breath. The air is cool now, clean, carrying the quiet promise of a new day that doesn't ask you to forget, only to keep moving. You watch Ralph and Piggy sit together, their invisible blanket pulled tight, their shoulders slowly relaxing as the sun climbs higher, warming the wet sand, turning the lagoon into a sheet of pale, shimmering glass. You don't try to pull the blanket away. You just let them hold it. You turn toward the tree line, following the soft murmur of the group slowly stirring in the distance, and let the morning wrap around you like a soft, familiar promise. The tide keeps time. The gulls trace lazy arcs against the brightening sky. And you simply walk forward, breathing, witnessing, being, exactly where you're supposed to be. You leave the quiet stretch of shoreline behind, following the faint, winding trail that curves inland toward the jagged silhouette of the rock formation. The path narrows quickly, the sand giving way to packed earth and scattered shale that crunch softly beneath your boots. The air changes as you climb, losing the open, briny freedom of the beach and settling into something stiffer, more contained. It's not just the temperature, it's the atmosphere. The kind that feels like walking into a room where the furniture has been rearranged and nobody has quite decided who's allowed to sit down yet. You keep moving, one deliberate step at a time, letting the incline guide your pace, your breathing slowly sinking with the steady rhythm of your own footsteps. If the island had a real estate zoning map, this area would absolutely be labelled high elevation, low tolerance for spontaneous conversation, parking by invitation only. The trees thin out, replaced by a jagged curtain of weathered stone that rises sharply from the jungle floor. Castle Rock isn't grand in the architectural sense. It doesn't feature carved arches or manicured courtyards. It's just a massive, uneven cluster of boulders and slabs, stacked and wedged into a natural fortress that seems to lean inward, as if bracing against an invisible weight. You step through a narrow gap between two leaning monoliths, the space just wide enough for your shoulders, and feel the immediate shift. The wind drops. The sounds of the lagoon fade into a distant, muffled hum. The clearing ahead is enclosed on three sides by towering stone, open only toward the sheer drop on the fourth, where the ocean churns far below. It's defensive by nature, but it feels intentional in its arrangement. The smaller rocks have been pulled from the base and piled near the edges. The larger slabs sit tilted at careful angles, looking less like geological accidents and more like they've been waiting patiently for a reason to fall. If home security had a natural aesthetic, this would be the cover photo. 0 smart cameras, 100% geological intimidation, and a front door that doubles as a very convincing psychological deterrent. You move slowly across the hard-packed floor, your boots scraping lightly against crushed quartz and dried seaweed. The space is occupied but not crowded. Figures sit along the stone edges, their postures rigid, their eyes tracking your entrance without speaking. There's no hostility in the silence exactly, just a stiff, measured awareness, the kind that comes when a group has decided that order is no longer about consensus but about perimeter. You notice how the boys don't slouch, they don't lounge. They hold themselves upright, shoulders squared, hands resting near spears or piled stones, their earlier restless energy folded into something tight and contained. It's a different kind of rhythm now, Not the hypnotic pulse of the storm circle, but the quiet, deliberate cadence of watchfulness. You settle near a flat slab at the center, letting your back rest against the cool stone and watch the way the light filters through the narrow opening above, casting long, sharp shadows that stretch across the floor like quiet sentinels. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. Throughout the Neolithic and Bronze Ages, early hilltop settlements across Europe and the Mediterranean consistently utilized natural rock formations as defensive cores, stacking loose boulders along vulnerable edges to create unstable but highly effective deterrents known as slipstone fortifications. Archaeologists note that these weren't built for permanent occupation, but as temporary, psychologically imposing barriers that forced approaching groups to slow down, expose themselves, and reconsider their approach. It's a quiet reminder that sometimes the most effective architecture isn't about keeping people out. It's about making them think twice before stepping in. You glance at the carefully tilted slabs near the cliff edge, noticing how they're positioned just above the narrow entry path, ready to tumble with the slightest nudge. It's not malice, it's strategy. And strategy, you're quickly realizing, is just another word for boundaries drawn in stone. If medieval engineers had a modern interior design blog, they would absolutely be posting mood boards titled Brutist Naturalism, now with 100% more existential deterrence. Side effects may include sudden urges to triple-check your guest list and install a very heavy front gate. The humidity here feels different than the beach. Lighter, drier, carrying the faint scent of sun-baked limestone and dried kelp. You watch a boy near the far wall adjust his grip on a smooth, palm-sized rock, turning it over in his hands with quiet, repetitive precision. He doesn't throw it. He doesn't brandish it. He just holds it, feeling its weight, its balance, its quiet potential. It's a small gesture, but it carries the exact tone of the space. Everything here is ready. Not eager, just prepared. You feel the stiff atmosphere settle around your shoulders, not as pressure, but as a kind of clarity. The lair doesn't ask you to relax. It asks you to notice, and noticing, you've learned, is the first step toward understanding why people choose stone over sand, walls over open shore, perimeter over invitation. There's a quirky fringed tidbit about 19th century geological folklore. Some early lithophiles and coastal naturalists believed that certain rock formations naturally balanced themselves over centuries of tidal vibration and wind erosion, entering a state of precarious equilibrium that felt almost intentional to the human eye, a quiet testament to the island's own slow, unbothered choreography. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that geology itself might have a sense of timing. You smile at the absurdity of it all, watching a faint breeze drift through the narrow gap above, carrying a single dried leaf that lands softly on the stone floor. If nature had a minimalist furniture catalogue, this clearing would absolutely be the flagship showroom. One open floor plan, several load-bearing anxieties, complimentary ocean view if you don't look down too quickly. Historians still argue whether isolated tribal fortifications emerged primarily from practical resource defense or from psychological projections of external threat that gradually hardened into physical architecture. But out here, in the quiet, sun-drenched enclosure, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not looking at a battlefield, you're looking at a boundary, a very stiff, very deliberate boundary that says, without raising its voice, that the rules have changed. The conch still exists, somewhere back near the beach, but out here authority isn't spoken. It's stacked, it's balanced, it's waiting. You shift slightly, feeling the cool stone press against your spine, and let your gaze trace the careful arrangement of smaller rocks along the outer edge. They're not piled randomly. They're placed with intention, each one resting against the next, creating a loose but effective cascade that would require very little force to set in motion. It's a quiet lesson in leverage, in how a single misplaced step, one sudden movement, can turn stillness into motion. You don't feel fear, you feel respect. The kind that comes from witnessing a space that knows exactly what it is, and exactly what it's prepared to do. The light shifts slowly as the morning progresses, turning the harsh shadows into softer, more gradual gradients that stretch across the stone floor. You notice how the boys don't fidget, they don't whisper, they just exist in the stiff, contained air. their breathing steady, their posture unwavering. It's not a prison, it's a posture, and posture, you're quickly realizing, is how groups hold themselves together when the easy rhythm of consensus fades. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to build comfort, only to find that sometimes the most profound moments of clarity come from standing in a space that asks you to be still, to be present, to stop pretending the edges aren't sharp. If group therapy had a field trip component, it would probably be located somewhere with excellent acoustics and a very strict no sudden movements policy. But you don't need a policy. You just need to sit here, breathing, watching, letting the stiff air remind you that not every shelter is meant to be soft. Some are meant to be solid. And solid, however unyielding, is still a kind of holding. You stay until the sun climbs high enough to warm the outer stone, until the distant hum of the ocean returns to your awareness, until the quiet rhythm of the clearings settles into something familiar. You stand slowly, brushing crushed quartz from your sleeves, and take a deep, unhurried breath. The air is still stiff, still contained, but it no longer feels foreign. You turn toward the narrow gap, stepping back out into the open path, letting the rock formation release you gently into the afternoon light. You don't look back. You don't need to. The lair will remain exactly as it is, a quiet testament to the island's shifting gravity, a place where order is no longer spoken but stacked. You follow the winding trail downward, your footsteps steady, your breathing calm, carrying the quiet certainty that some spaces don't ask for your comfort. They just ask for your attention. And sometimes that's more than enough. You step back onto the fading trail, but the atmosphere shifts long before your boots reach the soft earth near the tree line. Word travels faster than footsteps out here, carried on the damp, heavy air, passing from lip to lip until it lands quiet and undeniable where Piggy stands near the edge of the canopy. He isn't shouting, he isn't pacing, he's just standing there, one hand raised slightly toward his face, the other gripping a bent branch for support. His glasses are gone, not broken on the sand, not dropped in the rush, taken. And in the space where the wire frames used to rest, there's a sudden staggering void. You approach slowly, letting your footsteps stay soft and deliberate, and watch as he blinks, trying to focus on a world that has just dissolved into gentle, shapeless shadows. It's not just darkness, it's distance. The intellectual architecture he's been carefully holding together with logic, observation, and quiet certainty has simply been unplugged, leaving him standing in a room where the lights have been switched off without warning. If Vision had a subscription service, this would absolutely be the moment your trial expires. Sudden loss of high-definition reality, mandatory downgrade to interpretive shadow mode, and zero customer support available until further notice. You stop a few feet away, letting your voice stay low and steady, matching the slow rhythm of the afternoon breeze. You don't offer empty reassurance. You just ask how he's managing, and listen as his breath comes out measured, each exhale carrying the quiet effort of a mind trying to recalibrate to a suddenly unfamiliar terrain. The air smells of damp leaves and distant salt, but to him it's just sound now. Sound and temperature. Sound and texture. The sharp edges of the world have been sanded down, leaving only the gentle, humbling truth that not everything can be seen to be understood. You feel the weight of it immediately. It presses against the space between you, thick and slow, like wading through warm water. He turns his head toward your footsteps, but his eyes don't quite meet yours. They drift, searching, catching only vague silhouettes and blurred gradients of green and brown. You watch his fingers slowly lower, brushing the empty air where the bridge of his glasses used to sit, and you notice how his posture stiffens, not from anger, but from the sudden, uninvited vulnerability of navigating without his usual anchor. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. During the mid-20th century, optometrists studying wartime resource shortages documented how individuals who suddenly lost corrective lenses consistently reported a phenomenon called sensory compression, where the brain compensates by heightening auditory and tactile input, often creating a hyper-aware but deeply isolating internal landscape. It's a quiet reminder that when sight fails, the nervous system doesn't shut down, it redistributes. You watch Piggy's shoulders tense slightly as a distant branch snaps, his head turning sharply toward the noise. his hands instinctively rising as if to catch a falling object that isn't there. He isn't just blind. He's navigating a sudden, uninvited intimacy with his own environment. If survival had a sensory training program, this would absolutely be the advanced module. Close your eyes, map the clearing by temperature shifts, and try not to apologize to a tree for walking into it. But you don't make him laugh. You just stand nearby, offering a quiet presence that doesn't demand performance, only patience. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about early philosophical optics. Some 17th century naturalists believed that corrective lenses didn't simply bend light, but temporarily housed fragments of human intention, which is probably why sudden loss of spectacles was historically treated as a minor spiritual displacement rather than a simple practical inconvenience. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that clarity might carry a kind of quiet weight, and that removing it leaves behind more than just blurry edges. You smile gently at the absurdity of it all, noticing how Piggy slowly leans back against the smooth bark of a nearby trunk, letting the rough texture ground him. The intellectual world he's been carefully constructing, the one built on rules, on timelines, on the quiet certainty that if you just explain things clearly enough, everyone will eventually listen, has been temporarily suspended. And in its place is something heavier, something quieter, the realization that knowledge doesn't protect you from being left behind. You step closer, keeping your movements slow and predictable, and offer a hand. He hesitates, not out of pride, but out of the sudden, unfamiliar vulnerability of accepting help when he's spent so long trying to be the one who provides it. His fingers brush yours, warm and slightly trembling, and you feel the quiet shift. It's not defeat, it's recalibration. If group dynamics had a troubleshooting guide, this would absolutely be the section on role reversal. Step 1. Acknowledge the sudden loss of visual authority. Step 2. Stop trying to read the room and start listening to it. Step 3. Accept that sometimes the smartest thing you can do is let someone else lead you to a flat rock. You guide him gently toward a sun-warmed boulder near the shade, watching as he lowers himself carefully, his posture stiff but steady, his breathing slowly finding its rhythm again. The afternoon light softens, turning the canopy above into a dappled mosaic of gold and shadow. You sit beside him, not too close, just near enough that your presence feels like a quiet anchor. You notice how he listens differently now, not to words but to cadence, to the space between syllables, to the gentle rustle of leaves that signals a shift in the wind. The isolation isn't empty, it's dense. It's the kind of quiet that forces you to confront the fact that you're no longer observing the world from a safe distance. You're inside it, fully, unfiltered. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to see everything clearly, only to find that sometimes the most profound understanding comes from letting the edges blur. If philosophy had a customer service line, this would be the hold music. Your clarity is currently buffering. Please remain seated and try not to trip over the metaphor. But you don't need a metaphor. You just need to sit here, breathing slowly, letting the heavy air wrap around you both like a soft, familiar blanket. The distant hum of the ocean returns, steady and unhurried, and you watch as Piggy's shoulders finally drop, just slightly, the tension melting into the warmth of the stone beneath him. Historians still argue whether sudden sensory deprivation in group-like settings primarily triggers psychological fragmentation or forces a deeper, more intuitive reliance on collective support. But out here, in the quiet shade of the tree line, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're watching a mind adapt in real time, not gracefully, not easily, but honestly. You notice how he doesn't ask what comes next. He doesn't demand a plan. He just sits in the blur, letting the heavy isolation settle over him like a familiar, unwelcome coat that he's slowly learning to wear. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time equating sight with control, only to find that sometimes the most profound moments of surrender come from finally accepting that you can't see everything, and that's perfectly fine. You stay until the light shifts from gold to amber, until the breeze carries the faint scent of cooling earth, until the heavy isolation begins to soften into something quieter, something manageable. You don't try to fix it. You don't offer false hope. You just let him be in it, fully, without rushing the moment. because sometimes the most respectful thing you can do is witness the weight. Instead of asking someone to set it down before they are ready, you stand slowly, brushing a stray leaf from your knee, and take a deep, unhurried breath. The air feels lighter now, not because the darkness has lifted, but because you've stopped fighting it. You turn toward the path, leaving him resting in the quiet shade, carrying the gentle certainty that clarity isn't always visual. Sometimes it's just the courage to sit in the blur and trust that the shape will reveal itself in time. You walk forward, your footsteps steady, your breathing calm, letting the afternoon carry you gently into the next quiet hour, exactly where you're supposed to be. You leave the quiet shade of the tree line, the heavy air still clinging to your clothes, and begin the slow trek upward. The path isn't marked by signs or worn trails anymore. It's carved by necessity, a narrow ribbon of crushed stone and exposed roots that wind steadily toward the cliff's edge. Your boots catch on loose shale, sending small cascades of gravel tumbling into the brush, each sound echoing slightly in the still afternoon. You don't rush. There's no point. The destination isn't a place you conquer. It's a moment you witness. Ralph walks ahead, his posture straight despite the weight of the week, his steps measured, deliberate. Beside him, Piggy moves slowly, one hand tracing the rough bark of passing trunks, the other gripping the smooth, familiar curve of the conch. He doesn't need to see the shell to know what it is. He's felt its weight 100 times, memorized its ridges, learned its balance. Now he carries it like a promise, like the last quiet echo of a world that still believes in taking turns. The climb steepens and the air thins slightly, losing some of the jungle's damp embrace and trading it for a sharper, salt-heavy breeze that whips off the ocean below. You notice how the sound of the waves changes as you ascend, shifting from a distant murmur to a steady rhythmic pulse that seems to sync with your own breathing. It's not comforting exactly, it's just present, relentless. Like the tide doesn't care about your schedule, the cliff doesn't care about your hopes. You keep moving, one foot in front of the other, feeling the familiar burn in your calves, the steady pull of gravity reminding you that every ascent demands something in return. If hiking had a group chat, this would absolutely be the pinned message. Remember to stretch, hydrate, and gently accept that the view at the top won't fix what broke on the way up. But you don't check your phone. You just keep climbing, letting the rhythm of your footsteps anchor you against the quiet hum of anticipation. You reach the ridge just as the afternoon light begins to soften, turning the sky a pale, washed-out blue streaked with thin, high clouds. The cliffside opens up before you, a wide, flat expanse of weathered stone that drops sharply into the churning water below. The wind here is stronger, carrying the sharp scent of sea spray and sun-baked rock, whipping through your clothes, tugging at your hair like it's trying to pull you toward the edge. You step carefully, feeling the solid, unyielding surface beneath your boots, and watch as Ralph and Piggy position themselves near the center. They don't speak right away, they just stand there, letting the wind wash over them, letting the moment settle. Piggy raises the conch slowly, not with a flourish, not with desperation, but with a quiet, deliberate certainty. The shell catches the fading light, its pale spiral gleaming against the grey stone, a fragile, cream-coloured echo of everything they've tried to hold together. If democracy had a mascot, this would be it. One slightly weathered seashell, emotionally exhausted, still showing up to the meeting, despite the overwhelming evidence that nobody reads the agenda anymore. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. During the height of the Roman Republic, public assemblies on the Capitoline Hill often concluded with the raising of a ceremonial staff or bronze horn, not as a magical talisman, but as a deeply ingrained civic anchor that signaled the temporary suspension of factional chaos and the return to procedural order. It's a quiet reminder that symbols don't create peace. They just remind us of the peace we've agreed to try for. You watch as Piggy takes a deep breath, his shoulders squaring against the wind, and lifts the shell to his lips. The sound that follows isn't loud, it isn't triumphant. It's clear, steady, and profoundly human, cutting through the crash of waves and the rustle of wind like a bell ringing in an empty square. It travels across the ridge, down the cliff face, out over the water, a quiet invitation to remember what they used to be. You feel it in your chest, a vibration that bypasses logic and speaks directly to the part of you that still believes in fairness, in structure. In the quiet dignity of a shared turn, the boys begin to gather. Not all of them. Not the ones who've slipped fully into the rhythm of the hunt, the ones who've traded the conch for the spear, who've found comfort in the stiff, contained silence of the rock fortress. But enough to form a loose, uneven circle around the cliff's edge, their postures shifting between curiosity and caution, their eyes fixed on the shell as if it might suddenly crack or dissolve into mist. You notice how the wind catches their hair, how their shoulders tense slightly in the cooler air, how the absence of chanting leaves a strange, hollow space that the conch call quietly fills. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about 19th century acoustic folklore. Some coastal naturalists believed that conch shells, when blown against a prevailing ocean wind, could carry low-frequency vibrations that temporarily synchronized human heartbeats across distances up to a mile, a phenomenon they quietly termed tidal resonance. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that a simple breath through a hollow spiral might still carry enough intention to pull scattered pieces back toward the center. You smile gently at the absurdity of it all, watching a single gull trace a slow, lazy arc above the ridge, its cry echoing twice before folding into the wind. If Civic Duty had a soundtrack, this would absolutely be the opening track. One slightly breathy shell blast, ambient ocean white noise, and a gentle reminder that showing up is half the battle when the Wi-Fi is down. Historians still argue whether late-stage symbolic rituals in isolated communities serve as genuine attempts at conflict resolution or as psychological placeholders that delay inevitable fracture. But out here, on the wind-scoured cliff, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not analyzing. You're just standing in the quiet aftermath of a call that doesn't demand obedience, only attention. Piggy lowers the conch slowly, his hands trembling slightly, not from weakness but from the sheer exhausting weight of being the one who still remembers the rules. He doesn't speak to argue, he speaks to remind. His voice is thin, carried away by the wind, but the words are careful, measured, piecing together the quiet architecture of what they've lost. The shelters, the fire, the agreement to listen, the simple, profound truth that they don't have to burn everything to feel warm. You watch as the circle shifts, some boys nodding slowly, others looking away, their faces caught between the pull of the familiar and the gravity of the new. It's not a rebellion, it's a fracture, and fractures, however painful, are just the Earth's way of making room for what comes next. You step back slightly, letting the wind wrap around you, carrying the damp scent of salt and crushed pine. The conch rests in Piggy's hands, no longer a tool but a testament, a quiet, spiraled monument to the week's slow, deliberate unraveling. You feel a gentle swell of something in your chest, not sorrow exactly, more like reverence, the kind that comes from watching someone hold onto a fading light without demanding it stay. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to force things to last, only to find that sometimes the most profound moments come from simply letting them end gracefully, with dignity. If closure had a user manual, this would be the final chapter. Step 1. Gather on the edge. Step 2. Blow the shell. Step 3. Accept that some assemblies are meant to be farewells. Warning. May cause sudden, quiet appreciation for well-maintained public meeting spaces. But you don't need a manual. You just need to stand here, breathing, witnessing, letting the heavy air remind you that endings aren't always failures. Sometimes they're just completions. The light continues to fade, turning the stone a soft, muted grey, the ocean below churning in slow, silver-edged waves. You notice how the boys don't disperse right away. They linger, caught in the quiet space between what was and what will be, their shoulders slowly relaxing as the wind loses some of its bite. Piggy lowers the conch completely, cradling it against his chest, his breathing steady, his posture unwavering despite the blur of his world. You don't try to fix it. You don't offer false comfort. You just let the moment hold, heavy and honest, until the sun dips lower, until the ridge cools, until the quiet hum of the afternoon settles into evening. You turn toward the path, your footsteps slow, deliberate, carrying the gentle certainty that some calls aren't meant to be answered. They're just meant to be made. You walk downward, the cliff fading behind you, the wind softening into a steady breeze, letting the island carry you gently into the next quiet hour, exactly where you're supposed to be. You're still standing on the wind-scoured ridge, the Conch's echo fading into the crash of waves below, when the air shifts. Not the wind, not the tide. Something tighter, queer. A tension that pulls at the edges of your awareness like a thread about to snap. You notice it first in the way the boys at the circle's edge stop shifting, their postures freezing mid-breath, their eyes fixed not on Piggy, not on Ralph, but on a point just beyond the cliff's lip. You follow their gaze and see him, Jack, stepping forward from the tree line, his face still marked with the faint, dried remnants of red clay, his posture stiff, deliberate, carrying a weight that isn't physical. He doesn't shout. He doesn't brandish a spear. He just stands there, his presence alone enough to tilt the balance of the moment. If group dynamics had a pressure gauge, this would absolutely be the needle hitting red. Sudden influx of uninvited authority, possible structural compromise, and a 100% chance that the quiet agreement you've been holding just developed a hairline fracture. You feel the shift in your ribs before you hear it. The quiet certainty that the conch call has been answered, but not in the way anyone hoped. Piggy doesn't see Jack. He can't, but he feels Zolcish. His shoulders tense, his grip on the conch tightening, his breathing slowing as if bracing against an incoming wave he can't see but can somehow sense. Ralph steps slightly in front of him, not as a shield, but as a quiet acknowledgement that the rules have changed again. The wind picks up, carrying the sharp scent of sea spray and sun-baked stone, whipping through the loose fabric of their clothes, tugging at the edges of the moment like it's trying to pull it apart. You watch as Jack takes one more step forward, his voice cutting through the wind, low but carrying. A single question that isn't really a question. Who says? It's not anger. It's not mockery. It's just the quiet, unbothered certainty of someone who has stopped asking for permission. And in that certainty, you feel the fragile architecture of the assembly begin to tremble. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. Archaeological studies of late Bronze Age hilltop settlements consistently show that the collapse of shared symbolic authority, whether ceremonial staffs, boundary stones, or communal hearths, often preceded rapid shifts in group cohesion, not because the symbols themselves held power, but because their destruction marked the moment when consensus was no longer the default. It's a quiet reminder that symbols don't create order, they just remind us of the order we've agreed to try for. You watch as Piggy raises the conch slightly, not in defiance but in quiet reaffirmation, his voice thin but steady against the wind, repeating the simple, profound truth that they still have a choice, that they don't have to burn everything to feel warm. The words are carried away by the breeze, but the intention remains, hanging in the air like smoke. You feel a gentle swell of something in your chest, not hope exactly, more like tenderness, the kind that comes from watching someone hold on to a fading light without demanding it stay. The moment stretches, thin and taut, like a wire pulled to its limit. You notice how the boys in the circle don't move, they don't speak, they just watch, their faces caught between the pull of the familiar and the gravity of the new. And then it happens, not with a shout, not with a dramatic gesture, just a slight shift in weight, a loose stone dislodged by a careless boot, a small cascade of gravel tumbling over the edge. Piggy flinches, his balance wavering for just a fraction of a second, and in that fraction, the world tilts. You feel the physical jolt before you see it, a quiet, sickening lurch in your own stomach as Piggy's feet slip, his hands reaching for purchase that isn't there, the conch flying from his grip in a slow, almost graceful arc. Time doesn't slow down. It just becomes very, very clear. You watch the shell spiral through the air, its pale surface catching the fading light in one last, brilliant flash, and then impact. The sound isn't loud. It's sharp, clean, a splintering crack that cuts through the wind like a bell struck one final time. White stone fragments scatter against the dark rock below, dissolving into the churning water like salt returning to the sea. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about maritime folklore. Some old coastal navigators believed that conch shells, when shattered against stone, released a quiet, high-frequency vibration that could temporarily disrupt human balance, a phenomenon they quietly termed tidal dissonance. It's a lovely, slightly eerie thought, really. The idea that the destruction of a symbol might carry its own subtle physics. You smile gently at the absurdity of it all, watching the last fragments of the shell disappear into the foam, and feel the quiet, heavy truth settle over your shoulders like a damp wool coat. Historians still argue whether the destruction of communal symbols in isolated groups serves as a necessary catharsis that clears space for new structures, or as a traumatic rupture that delays collective healing. But out here, on the wind-scored cliff, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not assigning blame, you're just witnessing the quiet mechanics of momentum. If survival had a weather advisory, it would probably read, high winds expected, possible temporary loss of symbolic anchors. Please maintain 3 feet of personal space and avoid making sudden eye contact with falling rocks. But you don't need a warning. You already know the cliff doesn't care about your personal space. It only asks for your attention. You watch as Piggy follows the conch, not with a scream, not with a dramatic fall, but with a quiet, almost gentle descent, his body turning slightly in the air as if adjusting to a rhythm he can't hear. The ocean receives him without fuss, the churning water closing over him in a soft silver embrace that leaves no ripple, no echo, just the steady, unbothered pulse of the tide. It's not cruel, it's just indifferent. And indifference, you're quickly realizing, is much harder to navigate than malice. You feel a quiet ache in your throat, not sharp but deep, the kind that comes from watching something beautiful dissolve into something necessary. You don't look away. You let the moment settle, heavy and honest, and notice how the wind seems to hold its breath, waiting for the world to remember how to speak in names again. There's a gentle joke floating through your mind, mostly about how if tragedy had a podcast, this episode would absolutely be sponsored by a very specific brand of non-slip footwear. Step carefully, breathe slowly, and remember that group synchronization works best when everyone remembers to look where they're going. But you don't say it out loud, you just let it pass, like the slow drift of fog across the shoreline. The ridge is silent now, not the quiet of peace, the quiet of aftermath. The boys don't speak, they don't argue, they just stand there, their postures shifting between shock and acceptance, their eyes fixed on the point where the water churned, where the conch dissolved, where Piggy disappeared. Ralph doesn't move. He just stands there, his shoulders squared, his breathing slow and even, carrying the weight of the moment without trying to name it. You feel the heavy, grounding certainty that this wasn't chosen. It was carried by the wind, by the stone, by the slow, quiet erosion of the line between what they intended and what their bodies simply did. You step forward carefully, your boots scraping lightly against the crushed stone, and notice how the air feels lighter now, scrubbed clean by the wind, carrying the faint, familiar scent of wet rock and distant pine. You don't rush to fix it. You don't try to explain it. You just sit in the quiet aftermath, letting the moment hold, heavy and honest, until the sun dips lower, until the ridge cools, until the quiet hum of the afternoon settles into evening. You stay until the light shifts from gold to amber, until the breeze carries the faint scent of cooling earth, until the heavy silence begins to soften into something quieter, something manageable. You don't try to fix it. You don't offer false hope. You just let them be in it, fully, without rushing the moment. Because sometimes the most respectful thing you can do is witness the weight, instead of asking someone to set it down before they're ready. You stand slowly, brushing a stray grain of stone from your sleeve, and take a deep, unhurried breath. The air feels lighter now, not because the darkness has lifted, but because you've stopped fighting it. You turn toward the path, leaving the ridge behind, carrying the gentle certainty that some endings aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be carried. You walk downward, your footsteps steady, your breathing calm, letting the island carry you gently into the next quiet hour, exactly where you're supposed to be. The silence on the ridge doesn't last. It never does. You feel it break before you hear it, a low-frequency tremor that starts in the soles of your boots and travels upward, vibrating through your ribs like a plucked string. It's not the wind. It's the sound of a structure finally giving way. You watch as the circle of boys shifts, their postures straightening, their earlier hesitation folding into something sharper, more focused. The conch is gone. Piggy is gone. The last quiet tether to the rules you've been following all week has snapped. and in its place, something older steps forward. You notice how Ralph's breathing changes first. It's not panic, exactly, it's recognition. The slow, sinking certainty that the game has changed, and he's no longer holding the pieces. He is the piece. If leadership had a user manual, this would absolutely be the troubleshooting page. Issue: sudden role reversal from administrator to inventory. Solution: run, hide, and gently accept that the organizational chart has been replaced by a food chain. You step back instinctively, letting the shifting weight of the group pull you toward the tree line. The air here is thick, heavy with the scent of crushed ferns and sun-baked stone. But the humidity feels different now. It's electric, charged with a quiet, vibrating tension that makes your skin prickle. You watch as the boys begin to move, not in the synchronized rhythm of the storm circle, but in a loose, deliberate spread that fans out across the ridge. They don't shout. They don't need to. The hunt doesn't require words when the target is already breathing in the open. You feel the quiet, grounding certainty that this isn't malice, it's momentum. And momentum, you're quickly realizing, doesn't pause to ask for permission. It just moves. Ralph turns, his eyes meeting yours for a fraction of a second, and you see the exact moment the realization settles into his posture. His shoulders drop, his hands curl slightly at his sides. The careful architecture of authority he's been carrying all week dissolves into the simple, unbothered truth that survival no longer asks for a title. It only asks for distance. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. During early modern European rural hunts and documented pursuit records, community logs consistently show that once a group crossed the psychological threshold from accuser to pursuer, the targeted individual's social identity would immediately collapse into a functional category of quarry, stripping them of political standing and reducing complex interpersonal histories to a single actionable objective. It's a quiet reminder that group psychology doesn't erase people, it just reclassifies them. You watch as the first boy past the tree line, his movement slow, economical, his gaze fixed on the path ahead rather than the person walking. It's not personal, it's procedural. And procedures, however cold, are just the quiet machinery of consensus wearing a different coat. You feel a gentle swell of something in your chest, not fear exactly. More like reverence, the kind that comes from watching a social structure complete its final rotation before tipping into something entirely new. If group therapy had a field trip, it would probably be scheduled for a lightly wooded hill with excellent sight lines and a strict no sudden announcements policy. But you don't need a policy. You just need to keep moving. You follow Ralph down the slope, your boots finding purchase on loose gravel and damp earth, the canopy closing above you like a heavy green curtain. The light shifts quickly here, turning from open sky to dappled shadow, and the air cools slightly, carrying the sharp, clean scent of pine and wet soil. You notice how Ralph doesn't run. Not yet. He walks with a careful, measured pace, his head slightly bowed, his breathing steady despite the quiet hum of pursuit building behind you. He's mapping the terrain, not to escape, but to endure. You watch him pause near a broad-barked tree, his fingers brushing the rough surface, and feel the quiet weight of the moment settle over your shoulders. It's heavy, yes, but it's not crushing, it's just real. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to hold on to control, only to find that sometimes the most profound moments of clarity come from finally accepting that you're no longer steering. You push the thought aside and focus on the quiet cadence of your own footsteps. One step, pause, listen, repeat. It's a rhythm you know well by now, and it anchors you against the vibrating panic that threatens to pull the group into the trees. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about early 20th century survival literature. Some wilderness manuals quietly suggested that prey animals don't actually experience panic as a singular emotional state, but rather as a rapid, cascading sequence of micro-decisions that temporarily override higher cognitive functions, a phenomenon modern biologists now refer to as tactical hyperfocus. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that fear isn't a breakdown, it's a recalibration. You smile gently at the absurdity of it all, watching a single dry leaf detach from a high branch and spiral slowly to the forest floor. If anxiety had a corporate rebrand, it would absolutely be called strategic movement optimization, now with 100% more adrenaline and zero spreadsheet attachments. But you don't laugh out loud. You just let the thought pass, like the slow drift of a cloud across a darkening canopy. The humidity thickens, wrapping around your arms like a second skin, and you notice how the sounds of pursuit grow closer, not shouting, just footsteps. Careful, deliberate, spreading out like water, finding its natural path. You feel the quiet, grounding certainty that this isn't a hunt for sport. It's a hunt for resolution. And resolution, however heavy, is just the Earth's way of asking the group to finally choose a direction. Historians still argue whether late-stage social fragmentation in isolated communities primarily stems from resource competition or from the psychological necessity of externalizing internal guilt onto a single visible target. But out here, in the damp, vibrating quiet of the tree line, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not analyzing, you're just walking. Ralph glances back over his shoulder, his eyes catching yours in the fading light, and you see it clearly now. The leader is gone, the game remains, and in that shift you feel the quiet, unbothered truth of the island's final lesson. Power isn't held, it's borrowed, and when the loan comes due, you either pay it back in structure or you run from it in motion. You keep moving, letting the roots and damp soil guide your pace, your breathing syncing with the steady rhythm of the forest. The air grows cooler, carrying the faint, metallic scent of approaching rain, and you notice how the panic in your chest softens, not into calm, but into clarity. It's the kind of clarity that doesn't demand answers. It only asks for presence. The canopy opens slightly ahead, revealing a narrow wash of pale sand that curves toward a hidden cove. Ralph slows, his posture straightening just slightly, and you feel the quiet hum of the group behind you shift, their footsteps hesitating at the edge of the clearing. The vibrating panic doesn't vanish. It just settles, folding into the steady rhythm of the tide, the rustle of leaves, the quiet certainty that the chase has reached its natural pause. You step onto the sand, feeling the cool, damp grains yield beneath your boots, and let your shoulders drop. You don't look back. You don't need to. The ridge is behind you. The rules are behind you. And the game, you realize with a quiet, grounding certainty, isn't about winning. It's about understanding how long you can keep moving before the world finally asks you to stop. You take a deep, unhurried breath, feeling the damp air fill your lungs, and let the shoreline wrap around you like a soft, familiar promise. The tide pulls back, the wind softens, and you simply stand there, breathing, witnessing, being, exactly where you're supposed to be. You don't hear the fire before you see it. The first sign isn't a crackle. It's the sky turning the color of bruised copper, a heavy metallic glow bleeding through the canopy where clear daylight used to live. You're still standing on that quiet stretch of sand, the tide pulling back, the air cool against your skin when the wind shifts. And with it comes the smell, not wood smoke from a campfire. This is thicker, sweeter, laced with the sharp, chemical bite of burning resin and dry leaves. It's the scent of a canopy surrendering. You cough once, the smoke catching in your throat, and look up just in time to see the first flames crest the ridge like a slow, rolling wave. They don't roar, they hiss. A dry, hungry sound that swallows the forest's gentle hum and replaces it with a single relentless frequency. If nature had a breaking news alert, this would absolutely be the headline. Breaking, canopy now accepting cash and emotional baggage. Please evacuate immediately. You step forward instinctively, your boots sinking into sand that's already warming, and feel the temperature climb. Fast, the jungle doesn't just burn, it transforms. The familiar green walls of fern and palm curl inward, their edges blackening, dropping ash that falls like heavy grey snow. The heat isn't radiant, it's physical. A toxic furnace pressing against your chest, making every breath feel like sipping warm water. You cover your mouth with the back of your sleeve, your eyes stinging, and watch as the fireline advances with terrifying, deliberate patience. It's not wild, it's directed. You can see it in the way the flames cluster along the dry gullies, in the way they leap from crown to crown with a kind of grim efficiency. This isn't an accident, it's a strategy, a scorched earth sweep designed to flush out whatever's still breathing. You feel the quiet, grounding certainty that the tribe isn't just hunting Ralph anymore. They're hunting the island. And if they can't hold the territory, they'll gladly turn it to glass. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. Throughout antiquity and the medieval period, military commanders consistently deployed scorched earth campaigns, deliberately burning forests, crops, and waterways to deny cover, flush out hidden combatants, and psychologically fracture opposition. It's a quiet reminder that fire has never just been a force of nature. It's been a tool, a brutal, unbothered instrument that doesn't care about your boundaries, only your exposure. You watch the flames leap to a stand of dry bamboo, the stalks popping in rapid succession like distant percussion, and feel the heavy weight of that lesson settle over your shoulders. If survival had a tactical manual, this would be the chapter on extreme measures. Step 1, light everything. Step 2, stand back. Step 3, remember that clearing the board is sometimes the easiest way to end the game. Warning, may cause sudden, profound appreciation for fireproof footwear. You turn away from the ridge and move deeper into the tree line, your pace quickening as the heat intensifies. The smoke thickens, turning the air into a hazy, amber soup that reduces visibility to a few feet ahead. Every breath pulls ash into your lungs, coating your tongue with a dry, bitter taste of burned sap. You notice how the forest sounds have changed. The birds are gone. The insects are silent. Only the fire speaks, a low, crackling conversation that seems to vibrate in your teeth. You keep your head down, following the familiar depressions in the earth where old roots run, letting your boots navigate by memory rather than sight. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about 19th century forestry folklore. Some early European woodsmen believed that smoke from crown fires carried a temporary, almost hypnotic frequency that could scramble human depth perception, making familiar trails feel suddenly alien and treacherous. It's a lovely, slightly eerie thought, really. The idea that the air itself might conspire to erase your sense of direction. You smile faintly at the absurdity of it all, ducking beneath a low-hanging branch that sheds a shower of embers. If navigation had a customer service line, this would be the automated message. Your internal compass is currently buffering due to atmospheric interference. Please try again when the sky stops glowing. But you don't need a satellite. You just need to keep moving, letting the heat push you forward, letting the smoke carve the path by eliminating everything else. Historians still argue whether deliberate arson in isolated group dynamics stems primarily from tactical territorial denial or from a psychological impulse to erase the physical markers of a failing social experiment. But out here, in the crackling amber haze, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not analyzing, you're just breathing, slow, shallow, measured. The toxic furnace presses closer, the flames licking at the edges of the trail, turning damp soil into brittle, cracking crust. You feel a strange, detached calm settle over you, the kind that comes when the nervous system finally accepts that there's no outrunning the weather. You just ride it. You watch a cluster of broad leaves catch fire, their edges curling inward like paper in a hearth, and notice how quickly the green turns to black, how efficiently the familiar dissolves into ash. It's not destruction, it's conversion. And conversion, however violent, is just the Earth's way of asking what's essential enough to survive the heat. You press forward, your clothes damp with sweat that evaporates almost instantly in the rising temperature, your skin prickling with the static charge of superheated air. The fire line moves parallel to your path now, not chasing but herding. You can feel it in the way the heat shifts, in the sudden drop in pressure as the flames consume the oxygen ahead of you, leaving behind a vacuum that pulls at your clothes, your hair, your breath. You stumble slightly over an exposed root, your palms scraping against damp earth, and push yourself up without pausing. The ash falls heavier now, coating your shoulders, your hair, your eyelashes, turning the world into a slow-motion snowstorm, painted in shades of grey and orange. You cough again, a dry, rattling sound that echoes strangely in the thick air, and keep moving. There's a gentle joke floating through your mind, mostly about how if wilderness survival had a subscription box, this would absolutely be the premium tier. The Ash and Ember Collection, now with 100% more atmospheric drama, zero visibility, and a complimentary reminder that trees are highly flammable. But you don't say it out loud. You just let it pass, like a spark drifting upward into the smoke. The heat peaks as you reach a shallow ravine, the walls of packed earth offering a narrow channel of slightly cooler air. You press your back against the damp soil, your chest heaving, your fingers tracing the rough texture of the ground as you catch your breath. Above you, the canopy glows like stained glass, the flames painting the sky in violent, beautiful strokes of crimson and gold. You watch the fire crest the ridge, spilling over the edge in slow liquid waves, and feel the quiet, heavy truth of it settle in your ribs. The tribe isn't trying to win, they're trying to erase. And sometimes erasure is the easiest form of victory when you've run out of ways to hold on. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the heat wash over you, letting the smoke settle into your clothes, your skin, your quiet certainty. You don't feel panic, you feel presence. The kind that comes from standing in the middle of a furnace and realizing yours tea. If resilience had a user manual, this would be the final appendix. Step 1. Inhale smoke. Step 2. Exhale fear. Step 3. Walk through the fire and remember that ash is just the earth's way of keeping receipts. You push off the ravine wall, your legs heavy but steady, and step back into the haze. The fire line has moved on, leaving behind a trail of smouldering stumps and pale bone-white ash that crunches softly beneath your boots. The air is still hot, still thick, but it's no longer closing in, it's opening. You take a deep, careful breath, feeling the cool draft of a coastal breeze weave through the burnt branches, carrying the faint, familiar scent of salt. The island isn't dead, it's just resting. And you simply keep walking, one foot in front of the other, letting the toxic furnace fade into the horizon, carrying the quiet certainty that some fires don't consume, they clarify. Exactly where you're supposed to be. The heat doesn't vanish so much as it settles, sinking into the damp soil where you stand, turning the ash beneath your boots into a soft grey powder that muffles your steps. But silence is a luxury the island has long since stopped offering. You feel it before you hear it. A low, steady tremor that travels upward through the soles of your boots, bypassing your ears entirely and resonating directly in your shins. It's not random, it's measured. A rhythmic, synchronized pounding that seems to sync with your own pulse, each footfall striking the earth with deliberate, economical force. You close your eyes for a fraction of a second, letting the vibration map the clearing in your mind. They're close, not scattered, not shouting. Just moving as a single, fluid unit, their footsteps carving a steady cadence into the smoke-thick air. If group coordination had a metronome, this would absolutely be the setting. 120 beats per minute, no warm-up track, and a strict policy of zero conversational filler during active pursuit. You open your eyes, brush a layer of pale ash from your sleeve and begin to move. Not running, not yet. Just stepping into the rhythm, letting it guide you away from the open ground, into the deeper shade where the burnt trunks stand like quiet, blackened sentinels. The pounding grows louder as you navigate the narrow space between two fallen palms, the air still carrying the sharp, chemical scent of burned resin and damp earth. You press your palm against the cool bark of a standing tree, feeling the tremor vibrate through the wood, traveling up your arm, settling into your ribs. It's a bone-deep frequency, heavy and unbothered, and you notice how your breathing automatically slows to match it. Panic tries to rise, a sharp, familiar flutter in your chest, but you let it dissolve into the rhythm instead. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. Archaeological records from Neolithic tracking sites across North Africa and the Iberian Peninsula consistently document that coordinated pursuit parties relied on synchronized ground striking and rhythmic vocal percussion to herd prey into predictable paths, effectively using vibration and sound as early forms of acoustic navigation. It's a quiet reminder that the hunt has never been about speed. It's been about timing, about letting the earth itself carry the message. You watch as a spear tip catches the dim, smoke-filtered light ahead, a dark, polished point resting against the shoulder of the lead boy. The wood is smooth, worn from grip, sharpened to a clean, functional edge that catches the ash in its grooves. It's not a weapon in the theatrical sense. It's an extension of the rhythm, a quiet focal point that anchors the group's forward motion. You shift your weight, letting the damp soil guide your next step, and notice how the sound of their approach doesn't echo so much as it absorbs. The forest floor is soft, the ash thick, turning each footfall into a muffled thud that feels closer than it actually is. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about 19th century acoustic naturalists. Some early researchers documented a phenomenon they called seismic listening, where hunters and trackers would press their ears directly to packed earth to detect distant movement, claiming that different gaits produced distinct, almost melodic frequencies depending on weight, stride, and terrain. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that the ground might carry a kind of hidden music, waiting for someone to simply get low enough to hear it. You smile faintly at the absurdity of it all, ducking beneath a low, smoke-blackened branch and feeling a shower of pale ash drift onto your shoulders. If wilderness navigation had a modern streaming playlist, it would absolutely be titled Sub-Bass Pursuit, now with 100% more ground resonance and 0 skip buttons. But you don't need a playlist. You just need to keep moving, letting the vibration anchor you, letting the rhythm tell you where the space opens up and where it closes. The footsteps draw closer, the cadence tightening, shifting from a steady march into something sharper, more focused. You feel the change in the air, a sudden drop in pressure that makes the hair on your arms stand slightly on end. The circle is forming, not to trap, to guide. You notice how the boys don't rush. They don't swing their spears, they just hold them steady, letting the weight of their presence narrow the available paths, herding you toward the tree line with the quiet certainty of water finding a drain. Historians still argue whether coordinated foot stamping and rhythmic chanting during group pursuits were primarily practical herding mechanisms designed to control prey movement or early psychological conditioning tools and suppress individual hesitation before contact. But out here, in the smoke-thick, ash-dusted quiet, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not analyzing the mechanics, you're just feeling them. The steady thud against the soil, the low hum of synchronized breathing, the quiet, unbothered certainty that the island doesn't need to rush what it already knows will end. You take a slow, measured step backward, feeling the damp roots shift beneath your boots, and let the rhythm wash over you like a familiar tide. It's not cruel, it's just inevitable. And inevitability, you're quickly realizing, is much easier to navigate when you stop fighting the current. You press deeper into the shade, your clothes heavy with ash and sweat, your breath coming out slow and controlled despite the heat pressing against your chest. The forest opens slightly ahead, revealing a narrow wash of pale, undisturbed sand that curves toward the water. You step onto it, feeling the cool granular give beneath your soles, and notice how the pounding behind you shifts again. The boys don't cross the line. They don't need to. They just pause at the edge of the tree line, their footsteps fading into a steady, grounded hum, their spears resting at their sides, their faces calm in the smoke-dimmed light. You feel the quiet, heavy truth of it settle over your shoulders. This isn't a chase, it's an escort. The hunt never really wanted violence. It just wanted resolution. And resolution, however heavy, is just the Earth's way of asking the group to finally stop circling and step into the open. There's a gentle joke floating through your mind, mostly about how if group pursuit had a corporate wellness program, it would absolutely be offering mindfulness retreats. Step into your rhythm, breathe with the pack. Remember that herding your friends toward the shoreline is just collaborative cardio in disguise. But you don't say it out loud. You just let it drift away, carried on the slow coastal breeze that's finally pushing through the burnt canopy. You sink to your knees on the damp sand, your hands braced against the cool earth, your chest rising and falling in slow, deliberate waves. The smoke thins above you, revealing a pale strip of sky that glows with the first hints of evening gold. Footsteps remain steady, grounded, anchored at the tree line, their rhythm softening into something almost meditative. You feel the vibration in your bones, not as a threat, but as a reminder. A quiet, unbothered pulse that says exactly where you are, exactly where you need to be. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the cool sand cradle your knees, letting the heavy air settle into your lungs, letting the hunt complete itself without demanding a finale. If survival had a user manual, this chapter would definitely be titled, Step 1, Listen to the Ground. Steps 2, The Rhythm Carry You. Step 3, Gently accept that some endings don't require a soundtrack, but you don't need a manual. You just need to breathe, to notice, to let the island hold you in the quiet space between pursuit and peace. The breeze picks up, carrying the faint, familiar scent of salt, turning the ash on your skin into a soft, cool dust. You stay where you are, listening to the steady, grounded hum of the tree line, letting the tide pull back, letting the evening settle around you like a soft, familiar blanket. Exactly where you're supposed to be. The sand hits your knees, then your palms, then your chest, a sudden, unbothered collapse that has nothing to do with surrender and everything to do with physics. Your lungs burn from the ash, your legs tremble from the miles, and when you finally stop moving, the world simply spins to a halt. You lie there for a long moment, face pressed against the cool, damp grains, letting the tide wash over your ankles in slow silver waves. The rhythmic pounding of the hunt fades into the tree line behind you, replaced by a different sound, heavier, crisper, leather on sand. You don't look up immediately. You just breathe, feeling the cool salt air fill your chest, washing away the metallic taste of smoke, until the shadow falls over you. It's long, straight, and impossibly still. If exhaustion had a finish line, this would absolutely be it. One slightly collapsed teenager, zero cardio left, and a sudden profound appreciation for stationary objects. You push yourself up slowly, your arms shaking, and see them. Boots, black polished, laced tight with military precision, resting just inches from your trembling hands. You follow the line upward, wool trousers, crisp despite the tropical heat, a belt with a heavy buckle, a tunic of deep navy blue, and then the face. Clean-shaven, sharp unfazed, a stiff British officer stands over you, his posture so rigid it seems to defy the island's humid gravity. But it's not the uniform that catches your breath, it's the buttons. Polished brass catching the fading sunlight, gleaming with a brilliance that feels almost alien against the backdrop of ash, grime and tangled hair. They're the brightest things you've seen in months, not because they reflect the sun, but because they reflect a world you'd almost forgotten existed. A world of starched collars, of scheduled meal times, of polished brass that gets shined whether it needs it or not. If survival had a corporate onboarding video, this would be the moment the HR director walks in with a laminated badge. Welcome back to the grid. Please remember to wipe your feet, adjust your posture, and gently accept that civilization still has a dress code. He looks down at you, his expression unreadable, a quiet mixture of professional assessment and mild unspoken surprise. He doesn't draw a weapon, he doesn't shout, he just stands there, a monument to order in a place that has spent weeks learning how to be beautifully, chaotically unordered. You feel the sudden jarring shift in your nervous system, like plugging a lamp into a socket after months of candlelight. The voltage is almost too much. You watch as he takes a slow breath, his shoulders relaxing just a fraction, and finally speaks. His voice is clipped, precise, carrying the crisp edges of a world that still believes in proper vowels. What's going on here, then? The question isn't rhetorical, it's an invitation. And in that simple, mundane phrasing, you feel the heavy, grounding certainty that the island's long, strange dream is finally beginning to dissolve. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. During the Pacific campaigns of the Second World War, Royal Navy and Allied patrol officers were frequently trained in contact stabilization protocols, designed to minimize survivor reorientation shock by maintaining a calm, structured demeanor during first encounters with stranded personnel. It's a quiet reminder that rescue isn't just about pulling someone from the water. It's about offering a steady hand while their internal compass recalibrates. You try to answer, but your voice comes out rough, cracked from smoke and disuse, a dry whisper that barely carries over the gentle lap of the tide. You don't have a speech prepared. You don't have a timeline. You just have the quiet, overwhelming truth that you're still here. And he's standing over you, looking remarkably clean. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about naval uniform traditions. Some early 20th century maritime regulations suggested that highly polished brass buttons were intentionally maintained not for vanity, but to act as psychological morale anchors for sailors during extended deployments. A small reflective reminder of home that could be buffed to a shine even when everything else was falling apart. It's a lovely thought, really, the idea that a bit of metal might carry enough quiet intention to keep a person steady in rough waters. You smile faintly at the absurdity of it all, watching a single fleck of ash drift past his pristine shoulder and disappear into the damp sand. If military grooming standards had a poetry collection, this would be the opening stanza. Ode to Brass, now with 100% more reflective dignity and zero tolerance for jungle humidity. But you don't recite it. You just let the quiet absurdity settle, feeling the cool ocean breeze wash over your face, carrying away the last heavy remnants of the furnace. The officer crouches slightly, his polished boots sinking just barely into the wet sand, and you notice how his posture shifts from rigid inspection to something softer, more grounded. He doesn't ask for a report. He doesn't demand a head count. He just looks at your face, really looks at it, and you see a flicker of something quiet in his eyes. Not pity, recognition. The kind that comes from knowing that war doesn't always look like uniforms and trenches. Sometimes, it looks like a group of children on a beach, learning how to hold themselves together until the adults finally arrive. Historians still argue whether the sudden arrival of uniformed authority in isolated survival scenarios serves as a genuine psychological anchor that accelerates recovery, or as an unintentional disruptor that forces survivors to prematurely compartmentalize trauma before they're ready. But out here, on the ash-dusted shoreline, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not analyzing, you're just breathing. Slow, shallow, measured. The breeze picks up, carrying the damp scent of salt and cooling earth, and you feel the heavy vibrating panic of the hunt finally dissolve into the steady, unbothered rhythm of the tide. The boys in the tree line don't emerge. They don't need to. The rhythm has shifted, and they feel it too. You watch as the officer stands again, his posture straightening, his hand finally resting lightly on his cap brim, a quiet gesture of acknowledgement that feels almost ceremonial. He doesn't offer a hand. He doesn't need to. Your legs remember how to work on their own. You push yourself up slowly, your boots heavy with ash, your clothes stiff with dried sweat and smoke, and stand before him. The contrast is almost comical. You, a walking archive of jungle grime and quiet exhaustion. Him, a monument to starched wool and polished brass. But neither of you judges the other. You just exist in the same space, breathing the same salt-heavy air, letting the ocean keep its steady, predictable time. There's a gentle joke floating through your mind, mostly about how if rescue had a customer satisfaction survey, this would absolutely be the 5-star review. Prompt response, excellent uniform maintenance, and a quiet reminder that someone still remembers how to iron. But you don't say it out loud. You just let it drift away, carried on the wind that's finally pushing the smoke out to sea. You stay where you are for a long moment, letting the cool sand settle beneath your boots, letting the heavy air wrap around you like a familiar, slightly oversized blanket. The officer turns slightly, his gaze drifting toward the burning ridge, his expression tightening just a fraction before smoothing back into quiet composure. He doesn't panic, he doesn't run, he just adjusts his cap, a small deliberate motion that says exactly where he is, exactly where you are. The fire will burn itself out, the buttons will keep shining, the island will cool, and you simply stand there breathing, witnessing, being. The polished brass catches one last glint of evening light, a tiny, stubborn star against the darkening sky, reminding you that order doesn't vanish when you look away. It just waits for you to return. You take a deep, unhurried breath, feeling the salt air fill your lungs, and let the shoreline wrap around you like a soft, familiar promise. The tide pulls back, the wind softens, and you simply stand there, breathing, witnessing, being. Exactly where you're supposed to be. You stand on the damp sand, the cool breeze washing the last traces of smoke from your skin. When you finally notice him, Ralph isn't looking at the officer. He isn't looking at the burning ridge. He's staring out at the water, his shoulders beginning to tremble in a slow, uneven rhythm that has nothing to do with exhaustion. You don't interrupt. You just step back slightly, giving the space what it needs, and watch as the dam finally breaks. It's not loud. It's not theatrical. It's just heavy. A quiet, relentless weeping that seems to pull years out of his chest all at once. If emotional processing had a software update, this would be the moment it finally installs at 2 a.m. while you're pretending to sleep. You feel it in the air, that peculiar shift when someone stops holding their breath and finally lets the truth out. He's crying for Piggy, for Simon, for the conch, for the shelters, for the quiet, unspoken agreements that dissolved into ash and tide. But mostly, you realize with a soft, sinking certainty, He's crying for the version of himself that walked onto the beach without knowing what the island would ask him to carry. The innocence didn't shatter all at once. It just wore thin, day by day, until it finally gave way. You watch his hands curl slightly at his sides, his fingers pressing into his own palms as if trying to hold on to something solid. The tears fall slowly, cutting clean tracks through the ash and dirt on his cheeks, and you notice how his breathing deepens, matching the steady pull of the waves. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. Post-war psychological studies on evacuated children during the mid-20th century consistently documented that prolonged separation from familiar structures often triggered delayed grief responses, where young survivors wouldn't truly process their experiences until they were physically safe and socially anchored again. It's a quiet reminder that the nervous system doesn't always break when the storm hits. Sometimes it waits until the sun comes back out. You feel the weight of that lesson in the quiet rhythm of his shoulders, in the slow, unbothered way the island lets him fall apart without rushing to fix it. If resilience had a customer service portal, this would be the automated response. Your emotional backlog is currently processing. Please remain seated and gently accept that some updates require a full system restart. But you don't need a ticket number. You just need to stand here, letting the heavy air wrap around you, both like a slightly oversized wool blanket. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about early 20th century maritime folklore. Some coastal physicians believed that saltwater tears, when shed on a shoreline, carried a unique osmotic frequency that helped recalibrate the body's stress hormones, essentially allowing the ocean to quietly absorb excess cortisol while the person stood breathing in the breeze. It's a lovely thought, really. The idea that the tide might double as a natural emotional filtration system. You smile faintly at the absurdity of it all, watching a single drop fall from Ralph's chin and vanish into the damp sand, carrying with it weeks of quiet tension. If the human psyche had a spa menu, this would absolutely be the premium treatment. Tidal release therapy. Now with 100% more atmospheric humidity, 0 scented candles, and a complimentary reminder that crying on a beach is biologically recommended. But you don't need a reservation. You just need to let it happen. Historians still argue whether the cultural narrative of lost innocence is primarily a romanticized literary trope used to frame adolescent trauma, or a documented neurobiological transition that occurs when prolonged moral ambiguity forces the developing brain to rapidly rewire its ethical baseline. But out here on this smoke-dusted shore, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not categorizing the tears, you're just witnessing them. The kind of weeping that doesn't ask for it just asks for space. The breeze picks up slightly, carrying the damp scent of salt and cooling earth. And you notice how the officer doesn't intervene. He doesn't offer a handkerchief. He doesn't clear his throat to rush the moment along. He just stands there, his polished boots resting firmly in the wet sand, his posture softening just enough to acknowledge the quiet gravity of what's unfolding. The stiff upper lip, you're learning, isn't about suppressing emotion. It's about knowing when to hold it and when to let it go. You feel a gentle swell of something in your chest. Not sadness exactly. More like reverence, the kind that comes from watching someone finally set down a weight they've been carrying across a room without furniture. You glance out past the breaking waves, where the horizon stretches pale and endless, and notice the faint, dark silhouette of a cruiser resting against the waterline. It's not moving, it's waiting, and in its quiet stillness, you feel the heavy grounding certainty that the island wasn't the only place at war. The ocean has its own battles, its own silent patrols, its own steady drum of orders and engines, and men following rhythms they didn't invent. The boys survived their miniature conflict, only to be gently handed back into a much larger one. If global geopolitics had a group project, this would absolutely be the final submission. Please find attached our survival report, emotional receipts, and a gentle reminder that the real world is still running in the background. But you don't need a cover letter. You just need to breathe. You watch as Ralph's weeping slowly softens, the heavy, shuddering breath smoothing out into something quieter, something manageable. He doesn't wipe his face. He just lets the breeze do it, the salt air drying the tracks, leaving behind skin that feels slightly raw but entirely honest. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to armor ourselves against grief, only to find that sometimes the most profound moments of healing come from simply letting the tears fall where they're meant to. If emotional regulation had a user manual, this would be the troubleshooting page. Issue: sudden onset existential release. Solution: stand near water, allow atmospheric processing, and gently accept that crying is just the nervous system's way of taking out the emotional recycling. You smile quietly at the thought, letting it drift away like a slow-moving cloud across the pale sky. The officer shifts his weight slightly, the crisp sound of wool against wool breaking the silence for just a moment, and you notice how the boys in the tree line finally step forward, their footsteps soft, their spears lowered, their faces pale but calm in the fading light. They don't rush Ralph. They don't try to pull him away. They just gather near, forming a loose, quiet perimeter that doesn't feel like containment. It feels like witness. The sun dips lower, painting the water in soft washes of gold and rose, and you feel the heavy air settle around you like a familiar, slightly damp promise. You take a deep, unhurried breath, letting the cool ocean fill your lungs, letting the steady rhythm of the tide anchor you against the quiet hum of the moment. Ralph finally lifts his head, his eyes red but clear, his breathing steady, his shoulders no longer trembling. The darkness of man's heart isn't a monster. It's just a shadow that learns how to walk. And walking it out into the open, you realize, is the only way to let it rest. If closure had a subscription service, this would be the monthly delivery. One quiet shoreline, 3 exhausted survivors, and a gentle reminder that innocence doesn't disappear. It just learns how to carry weight. But you don't need a subscription. You just need to stand here, breathing, witnessing, being. The cruiser waits on the horizon, a quiet silhouette against the fading sky, ready to carry them back to a world that hasn't stopped turning just because they paused. And you simply stay on the sand, letting the tide pull back, letting the evening settle, carrying the quiet certainty that some tears aren't meant to fix anything. They're just meant to wash the path clean. Exactly where you're supposed to be. You stand on the damp shoreline, the cruiser waiting on the horizon, the heavy weeping finally softening into the steady rhythm of the tide. The officer adjusts his cap, a quiet, crisp motion that feels like a period at the end of a long run-on sentence. You watch him, then the boys, then the dark silhouette of the island behind you, and let the quiet realization settle into your ribs. This isn't just a rescue, it's an echo. If literature had a cultural mirror, this story would be the one that never stops reflecting. A tale about schoolboys, about a conch, about a fire that burned too bright, quietly morphed into a map of human fragility that scholars, teachers, and midnight readers have carried across generations. You think about how strange it is that a fictional island can hold so much truth. How a story written in the mid-20th century still manages to sit beside you on the beach, asking you to look closely at your own quiet compromises. If cultural impact had a user manual, this would absolutely be the troubleshooting page. Step 1. Write a story about children on a beach. Step 2. Watch it quietly become a textbook. Step 3. Gently accept that human nature doesn't change, only the lighting does. You step back slightly, letting the cool ocean breeze wash over your clothes, and notice how the narrative doesn't demand heroics. It just asks for honesty. There's a mainstream historical fact worth holding on to here. When mid-century critics first reviewed the manuscript, many initially categorized it as a straightforward adventure thriller, only for academic consensus to shift within a decade towards psychological allegory, a quiet pivot that reflected post-war society's growing need to process the architecture of human behavior without assigning simple blame. It's a gentle reminder that stories don't just entertain, they adapt. They stretch to fit the shape of the times, offering a quiet container for questions we're not quite ready to ask out loud. You watch a single gull trace a slow arc above the cruiser's deck, its cry folding into the wind, and feel the weight of that legacy settle over your shoulders. If academic consensus had a group chat, this would definitely be the pinned thread, where everyone finally agrees to read between the lines and stop pretending the fire was just about survival. There's a quirky fringe tidbit about mid-20th publishing archives. Some early editors quietly noted that the original draft featured a more optimistic resolution, where a passing merchant ship simply took the boys home for tea, before the author revised it into the naval rescue that forces a quiet confrontation with the wider world's ongoing conflict. It's a lovely, slightly ironic thought, really. The idea that the story itself had to learn how to stop pretending the war ends when you step onto dry land. You smile faintly at the absurdity of it all, noticing how the stiff uniform on the shore feels less like a costume and more like a quiet reminder that civilization never really leaves. It just changes its wardrobe, polishes its buttons, and waits for you to notice the seams. If historical revision had a customer service line, this would be the hold music. Your narrative arc is currently processing. Please remain seated and gently accept that the cavalry was always part of the same war. But you don't need to call anyone. You just need to stand here, breathing, letting the legacy settle like ash on a quiet morning. You watch the officer glance toward the burning ridge, his expression calm, his posture unwavering, and realize the true irony isn't that the boys survived. It's that the world they're returning to is still learning how to hold itself together. The island wasn't an exception, it was a rehearsal. A quiet, humid stage where the same forces that govern boardrooms, parliaments, and crowded city sidewalks got to play out in miniature. You think about the conch shattered against the rocks, about the red clay that let fear wear a face, about the weighted blankets woven from dry leaves. None of it was fiction exactly. It was just observation, packaged carefully, wrapped in metaphor, handed to us like a quiet mirror we keep pretending is a window. Historians still argue whether the cultural legacy of this narrative stems primarily from its accurate reflection of post-war psychological anxiety, or from its deliberate structural mirroring of adult political collapses. But out here, on the smoke-dusted shore, the debate feels less like academic theory and more like lived atmosphere. You're not grading the story. You're just noticing how it continues to breathe. Long after the final page, the breeze carries the faint scent of salt and cooling embers, turning the air crisp and clean. You notice how the boys don't look back at the tree line. They don't need to. The rhythm has shifted, the heavy hunt dissolving into the steady, predictable pull of the tide. You feel a gentle swell of something in your chest, not triumph, not sorrow, just recognition. The kind that comes from understanding that fragility isn't a flaw, it's a feature. A quiet, unbothered reminder that the human heart doesn't crack under pressure. It learns how to hold the pieces without pretending they never broke. If existential philosophy had a casual Friday, it would absolutely be titled, "Survival is just group therapy with better acoustics and a strict no-conch policy." You let the quiet joke drift away, watching a single wave roll in, break and retreat, leaving behind a smooth expanse of pale sand that catches the fading light in soft silver highlights. The cruiser's silhouette grows slightly sharper against the horizon, a steady, metallic promise that the world keeps turning, even when we pause to catch our breath. You think about how strange it is that we spend so much time trying to armor ourselves against our own nature, only to find that the most profound moments of clarity come from simply letting the armor rest. The island didn't break the boys, it revealed them, and revelation, however heavy, is just the Earth's way of asking us to finally stop hiding. You watch the officer nod slowly toward the waiting launch, a quiet, efficient gesture that signals the end of the long, strange afternoon, and feel the gentle certainty that rescue isn't about returning to who you were, it's about stepping into who you've become, without apology. If cultural memory had a subscription box, this story would be the monthly renewal. One slightly weathered shell, 3 quiet tears, and a gentle reminder that the real war isn't out there on the water. It's in the quiet space between what we pretend and what we carry. But you don't need a subscription. You just need to breathe, to notice, to let the shoreline hold you in the quiet space between departure and arrival. The sun dips below the waterline, painting the sky in soft washes of lavender and rose, and you feel the heavy air settle around you like a familiar, slightly damp promise. You take one last look at the island, at the dark tree line, at the quiet ridge where the fire still smoulders, and let the image settle into your ribs like a smooth, unpolished stone. It doesn't need to be understood. It just needs to be carried. You turn toward the waiting launch, your footsteps slow and deliberate on the wet sand. Your shoulders relaxed, your breathing steady. The stiff uniform waits, the polished buttons catch the last light. The ocean hums its steady, predictable song. And you simply walk forward, leaving the shore behind, carrying the quiet certainty that some stories don't end. They just pause, waiting for you to read them again when you're ready, exactly where you're supposed to be. The boat pulls away from the sand, the gentle hum of the engine folding into the soft rhythm of the waves. You don't look back, you don't need to. The island stays exactly as it left it, quiet, unbothered, holding the week's echoes in its damp soil and rustling leaves. You let your head rest against the cool metal of the railing, feeling the evening breeze wash over your face, carrying away the last heavy remnants of smoke and static. The cruiser's deck waits ahead, but for now, you're suspended in the quiet space between two worlds. You close your eyes. The water moves steadily beneath you, a slow, rhythmic pulse that feels like a lullaby written in salt and silver. The heavy humidity finally lifts, replaced by a cool, gentle draft that settles against your skin like a familiar promise. You breathe in, slow, deep, letting the tension unspool from your shoulders, from your chest, from the quiet corners of your mind where the week's lessons still echo softly. The darkness of the heart isn't a monster. It's just a shadow learning how to rest. And rest, you realize, is exactly what comes next. The tide turns, the stars multiply above, pinpricks of quiet light against the vast velvet sky. You let your breathing match the gentle sway of the boat, each exhale softer than the last, each inhale drawing in the calm of a night that asks for nothing but your presence. The story doesn't need to be solved, it just needs to be held quietly, like a smooth stone in a pocket, until the morning comes. Sleep now. The shore is safe, the water is steady, and you are exactly where you're meant to be. Sweet dreams.